last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant!
Judgment, Alston.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinning.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Alston.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. It's so good to see all of you guys tonight and I'm so glad to be here with all of you. I saw Town Chat Cafe, good to see you. Little Miss Sharon, I saw GA64 and Reynolds. I also saw Sabrina and Linda Nunley. Thank you for being here. I saw Betty and Magic Star, also Lori and Cinderella. So good to have all of you guys here and welcome in everyone. Thank you so much for coming in and hitting the like button and all the things that you guys do to support the channel. I really appreciate it. So tonight I'm kind of taking it laid back and I apologize for earlier today. Someone came home from work early and so I had to shift the morning show, but it's a morning show for me. It'll be like an afternoon show for you guys. So tomorrow I'm going to plan to do that around 2 or 3 p.m. So that's Eastern time for me. So please look out for that. It's just going to be a fun current events show. It's not going to be a long show, but it'll just be something during the day for us to discuss. And, you know, if there's any fun updates for the night, I might let you guys know what the topic is for the night show. But I'd like to bring in more people and, you know, be on live so more people can interact during the day when, you know, when they can. And so because I know we have early birds, we have night owls, all of that. So, and I understand we have a lot of people from different parts of the world that watch, and I'm so grateful for all of you guys. So, and also tonight I wanted to have Momming It Up on. Hey Meow, good to see you. Show Poodles, nice to see you, Show Poodles. So, you know, and we usually just use our avatars. So I was like, I'll just pop this up really quick on the screen. This is Joshua Gross, and we're finding out who the parents are in this beautiful child, Jayden Spicer's case. He has been missing from Kentucky for 5 or 6 days now. And as a matter of fact, I have this poster and it says August 5th, 2025, right? So there's a big missing. Now, we don't have many pictures of Jaden, and obviously, if he is indeed out there somewhere missing, people need to know who they're looking for. And so it's unfortunate that we only have this picture, but he's absolutely adorable. He was supposed to be starting school like all the kids are. It's back to school time, right? Kind of for everybody. We were talking about that the other night with Mom and hey, twists and turns. And that's why I texted her last minute. And I was like, hey, you want to come up and talk for a little bit? Because this is a very interesting case. He's still missing, and we need to figure out what's going on. Oh, oops, I don't know. I'm having technical difficulties. And then I had technical difficulties. My phone just decided to do something wacky. But yeah, nevertheless, this is Jaden. And I have some clips. JLR did a good job of really pulling out the stops when putting together this information on the parents, right? So we need to know who the parents are, and we need to know what the circumstances surrounding Jaden's disappearance are. It's really important. And the reason it's so important, in my opinion, is because we have a 10-year-old, right, that was living with his grandmother, and his great grandmother, and the bio dad apparently was in prison. He's been in trouble for child abuse. He's been in trouble for allegedly committing SA on a dog. Okay, and these are the people that we're dealing with here. Now, I found it interesting that Mom and I started with this case, and we really took a wide open view and thought, okay, this could possibly be, you know, where this young man walked off. We explored many different options and, you know, theories and all of that. Hey, Mom, and feel free to come up anytime, girlfriend. I'm looking, I don't want to leave you backstage. But yeah, it's so, oh my gosh, show poodles. It's so bad. It is so bad, you guys. Like, I was in Justin's earlier. I shared his live. He was going over some of the gruesome details, and yeah, Lori, I mean, completely. So, like, he's not been involved in Jaden's life, thankfully. But then, you know, we know that it's been alleged that Jaden was born addicted, right? And so when Mom and I found that out, you know, during the show, you really got to see our live reactions, guys. We were not, you know, that was not scripted. We didn't, you know, come up with that before the show. We kind of went as we went. And, you know, Kiki was great about sending us information in real time. And so you guys could see kind of our views starting to shift, but there was a real reason for that. And it was because of the horrible information that was coming about that we weren't expecting to hear, right? But that's kind of what happens as the cases unravel. We don't know who we're talking about. All we know is we see this beautiful child here, and there's another beautiful child, Sebastian. I guess when I switch that over, it's just going to do that. So I apologize. I forget it's a overlay. But either way, Jaden, you know, this is what we knew in the beginning. And we're like, okay, poor little Jaden. He's a 10-year-old boy. He's missing right from his home, right? Because he went to bed. Again, we have some deja vu happening. 9 o'clock. At least these cases are following some sort of a pattern, so we can remember all the details right as we go. Because it's very similar. 9 o'clock bedtime. Hasn't seen him. He had his little Sonic the Hedgehog PJs on, right, matching top and bottom, and poof, gone. And then he was with his great grandma prior to this. In my opinion, whoever had custody of this child after grandma and gave the child to this Felicia and Josh Gross, That's their last name, by the way. I'm not being mean. That's really their last name. And then he went poof. I think they should be held accountable for their actions, because if you don't want a child, you don't give them back to the parent that's not supposed to have them in the first place. My opinion. You don't. You don't. Samantha gave Jaden up is a note that I wrote down earlier from Justin's, because he was too much. He was too hyper, right? And that was one of the aunts. Now, all of this, like I said, I'm just assuming it's all alleged. It's all alleged at this point. But all of this is happening on the mother side of the family, right? And we knew that this was the mother here, Felicia Gross. So, and you'll kind of find her former name out too, in order to kind of search her if you wanted to find out, what everything, she has gone through. And of course, as we were saying in the show before, it's really what it really comes down to is that she wasn't supposed to have him in the first place, because she had some substance issues in her past. And again, I'm not saying that she couldn't just turn herself around tomorrow. I'm not saying that she can do that. But based on her history, they should have really brought him somewhere safe. And it's my understanding that he has 2 sisters as well. Right. And these 2, Felicia and Josh, love to be on the news. They've been on the news before, at talking about something completely different about JD Vance living in the neighborhood and growing up there, vice president. And so, they were okay to come out then, but for some reason they're not now. And you'll hear that JLR mentions this too, in the clips that we'll play. But they're not searching according to his source. And, basically, the stepfather, Josh Gross, has a lot of horrible history. And he is kind of like one of those, just look at him. I'm not trying to be horrible, but so in this photo, like, we have Jaden, we have Joshua Gross, it's stepfather, we have his mother in Prison Orange, we have the 2 aunts, right? And I don't like their story, guys. Their story, to me, every time I watch the aunts, I wonder where they were when this all went down. Okay, because they just give this kid up and just like throw him away to this mom, and now they're like, this isn't adding up. No, wait, back it up, sisters. And then the grandmother is the one in the red shirt, all the way at the end, and she's the one that passed away. And I'm not in the business of talking badly about somebody who's not here anymore to defend themselves, but gee whiz, I'm hoping that she was good to this child at least. And I'm just going to leave it there for now. But gosh, I never thought that I would hear such horrific details about the bio dad. It's like unimaginable, in my opinion, to hear that, to think that this could have been this child's life, Hey, Chuchi Torres, good to see you. So, it's absolutely sad. Hey, Holly S. Hey, Laura. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for being here. And it's just something that we really have to talk about, these cases, because, and it's not to hurt anyone in particular. Like I said, even the aunts, I'm just side-eyeing them. I can't help it, though, because it's like, but which one of you's had Jaden in your custody? And then you gave him over to his mom. And then now you guys are stepping back like, whoa, she's bad. It's like, why did you give him to the mom then? Come on. And I was wondering what you guys thought about it. Because maybe they did think that she was okay to take him. Maybe they thought she was clean. I don't know. Magic Star says, I hope Jaden is found safe. I'm just swinging by to say hello while taking a break for driving. Okay, drive safe, Magic Star. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much for being here. Yeah, it's crazy, Thank you for being here. Also, new here, says Chuchi Torres. Chuchi, I thought I saw you in another chat too. So I was like, maybe you've been in here before, but thank you for being here. I appreciate you being here. Momming it up. And sorry, guys, I was getting caught up in the chat a little bit. Kiki, hello, hello. And I don't know, of course, I want to hear your guys' thoughts because I understand that you guys are, involved in these cases as well. I see a lot of you guys. I saw some of you guys in Justin's earlier. It's just, I mean, where is Jayden Spicer? Holly S says, reminds me of this interrogation with a different rug using mom who unalived her son. Oh my goodness. She talked the entire time about the kid being hyper and victim blame entire time. See, and that's a huge red flag for me too, Holly S. Like when they're like, oh, he's got a lot of problems. It's like, well then, but what happened? Like let's figure this out because it is blaming the child, in my opinion. We heard that with Sebastian. He's got ADHD. So now of course I'm always like red flag when not to say that ADHD is a red flag. There's a lot of people that legitimately have it. There's a lot of kids that have it, and so, but I mean, what about the therapies? What are we doing to help that? Because anytime we have something like that, especially like if you think about ADHD in a child, it's going to cause them to not be able to focus in on school. It's going to cause them issues, right? And certain things, and it's not because they're bad kids, it's because they can't help it, right? So like, they may get very bored very easily. But I've also known a lot of very intelligent people who are like that too, who have a short attention span because they are so intelligent that it's hard for them to, listen to somebody that's not as intelligent as they are. And, just to put it out there. Oh, hey, let me grab Maman from the back here. Hey, Maman.
Hello. Thank you
How
for
are
having me
you?
up.
Of course. I'm glad to have you.
I was listening.
Yeah. What do you think about these new developments?
I don't even know if I have words, and I'm sure I always have words.
Same. I do too. You know me. I always have an opinion, don't I?
That's why this is the raw narratives.
Yes, ma'am. We got to be honest with ourselves, right? I mean,
This
I hate to think
case,
we're always, it's always the parents. Oh my gosh, but where's the details leading us now,
yeah, this is a doozy and it's heartbreaking. It doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't look good. It doesn't sound good. And especially if they're not searching or if they don't want awareness spread, like that's always a red flag for me too.
Well, and that's the thing, right? We were talking, I think, on Friday a little bit about they had that search radius. I believe it was like a 20-mile search. I think 20 miles. And they didn't want any of the public, excuse me. However, if that's the case, because I can understand not wanting loved ones or certain people, because I've been there when doing things with the Medical Reserve Corps, and I can't imagine as a parent if you stumble on something that, as horrible as possibly your child not being with us. But if they're not searching and they're not putting out flyers, and they could just do their own videos with no chat, no nothing. They could post they're doing nothing then? Nobody besides the ants?
Besides the ants, they're the only ones that have like talked publicly.
Yeah, see, that's shocking to me.
Because I guess it was the great grandma, so that had passed away 2 months ago, and then like 3 weeks later, Jaden is given to his mom and into the care of his mom and stepdad. And it seems to me that, this is all on the maternal side since his dad didn't have anything to do with him, but I could be wrong. But it seems to me that it's his Jaden's great grandmother, which would make it his mother's mom, and then the two aunts on which are her sisters is my understanding. What do
Yeah,
you think?
so far that's what I've been led when I'm looking and stuff has been that the father, and it might have been because maybe they were young or something, and he could have been a teen dad and signed his rights, or who knows, right? That will have to find to come, I guess. Um, I just can't believe it. I really can't believe it. It
I
is like
know.
deja vu, but not at obviously none of them are the same. Every child's unique, but this is really awful.
Yeah, but it's like 9 o'clock at night. We put them to bed. I'm like, oh no, not another 9 o'clock at night bedtime thing. And then they're missing, like because JLR says it like Tuesday into Wednesday. I mean, it's kind of like exactly like Sebastian right there, like where I'm like, oh crap, but then there's other elements, you're right, that are so unique to each case, because like if we look at poor Jaden, like he was kind of bouncing around at this point, it sounds like, from to grandma, being taken care of by his great grandma, then to be taken care of by the aunt for a couple of weeks, and then she keeps the other two children and just only drops off Jaden.
Well, that's the thing I was thinking is that when you look at his history, it would leave one to assume that he might have run off. But then when you listen to the ants and when you look at like Google Earth and you see the vicinity and the woods and the terrain, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-uh. It doesn't make sense for him to run away. So I'm curious to find out, from hopefully they do more pressers than we've had, sadly, for our Sebastian. And when was the last time that he was seen documented that's not word of mouth, by just some person? Like when was he seen on camera at a Walmart or at a, you know?
Amen. That's what I'm thinking too, girlfriend, because I do
Mm-hmm.
not think for 1 minute that this timeline is accurate, and who knows how long he's actually been missing for. Like it could be have been 3 weeks, right? Like that he's
Mm-hmm.
unaccounted for.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I mean, we don't really know. And I know this is just speculation. But how do we know? I mean, she just randomly drops him off and that's it. Like,
Mhm.
okay, did he make it inside? Is the mom unfortunately, maybe impaired? I don't know. These are all things that we think of. Usually it takes a long time to start thinking like this.
It
But
does.
in
Well,
lieu
because you
of
don't
what
want to
we've
think
been
the
told,
worst.
yeah.
I'm sorry, mom, and I cut you off there. What did you say?
Oh, no, it's all right. I just said, in lieu of what we've been told, it's kind of impossible to have a raw narrative show and not talk about it.
Right. Yeah, because I mean it's the truth, and I mean, even though it's like ugly and we don't want to look at it, because I mean I couldn't believe what I was hearing earlier. I was like, this is unimaginable for this child, and nothing that we would ever have expected, right? Like I couldn't fathom it. I can't just be like, oh yeah, a parent would do anything to hurt their child to begin with, but it just really, I mean, if they have a history of this type of abuse, it's got to be so.
Yeah. Meow was saying that he heard the aunt said about July 5th. I think Lady might have the clip of the ants that we'll
I
be
do.
listening
I got the
to.
clip finally. That's why I was like, Mom, and you got to
Ah,
come up here.
well, we found it Friday, but we could not, for the life of us, get it to allow us to download or even record. It was.
No, and I'm horrible with screen recordings too. I don't
Mhm.
do the screen recordings, which I need to get, I need to get my act together there. But yeah, I mean, gosh, I'm like going, what the hell is happening? Oh, I wanted to shout out to Kelly and WV Hollow Girl and Kai Kai. I saw you guys. So Kai Kai, it sounds like this dad, the bio dad of Jayden Spicer, is actually like a jailbird kind of prison guy. He's been in and out apparently. Now this is all alleged, but there's serious charges for him in terms of abusing children and then also animals, because he was charged with bestiality at a point, which is
Yes.
absolutely. Did you
Oh,
hear that, Mom? And oh, that was awful.
I know. I wasn't going to say it. You said it, so it's out of the bag now.
Girl, that's what I was like, I could never imagine, like,
I know.
you can't make that up. You can't be like, oh, they like to do this with a dog. Are you kidding me? That's awful.
There's a lot of that I found lately. We'll have to do another show. Yeah.
They had a live body cam of a lady that they caught doing that in
Oh,
Florida with her
yes, I saw
husband.
that a
They were
couple weeks.
involved. Yes, ma'am. It was like the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. And I was like, ew. And I mean, just looking at her face, she's just like, I don't know. It was shocking. And that kind of stuff circulates in those nasty, groups that do like to traffic children and do things like that. So I mean, those kind of proclivities are very disturbing.
It is. And I think sometimes for some people, though, when you hear things like that in somebody's past, it kind of helps click to the realization of why it's so important to keep talking, advocating, see something, say something, and profiling, without attacking people and, you know, going overboard. We have to have a level of, honesty with the fact that this world can be an ugly place, an evil place, and it could be amazing, but there is some stuff among us.
Oh, I agree. I agree. I mean, and that's the thing. Like, once you can see that there's a history of that, there's kind of no going back in terms of saying, oh, these are good parents. You're like, oh, what happened here? And when there's undeniable proof of it, it's like, okay, um, what has happened with this child? Because I know that we've talked before too about kind of I don't know that Jaden really fits the profile for a T ring, but I would say if his father was involved in his life, then maybe that could be something. But now this other guy, we'll find out, has like issues with child endangerment, abuse, things like that. So, and I don't know how many children. Do you know how many children he has, or they have together, or anything like that?
I don't know if the bio dad had more than one. It was hard for me. I have to go back to sleuthing that because of the girlfriends. But I know
Oh
that
Lord.
she, I think, had two others. One was rumored to have attempted to sell, if I recall correctly. Let me pull
Oh.
that up. There was messages going around about that.
Well, yeah, because we talked about it before too. And what was it? Okay, so it's this one, right? That we talked, where she was at the bottom. It says she tried selling her first kid and gave her second kid away.
Yeah.
Like, what in the actual nonsense is that? I mean, like, this is what's being alleged, but I mean, people don't like to say this about people unless it's true. I mean, a lot of times, unless they have like a personal vendetta, you know, um, you don't typically say, oh, hey, Shadow. You don't typically say, like, I don't know, hey, Ida, hey, Kelly. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think about that, Mama? Because I mean, it's believable when it's so ridiculous. Oh, thanks, Kiki. Let me look.
No, it is believable. I didn't realize how much that can happen, and it does happen. I mean, people do, sometimes it's the addiction, right? And they're not in their right mind. Um, but more often than not, I think, like you said, I don't know if he fits that category just because of everything else going around, going
Sure.
around the case. It kind of just seems a little foul play, in my opinion, but we have so little to go on, really. But
Oh boy. This is Kiki. Thank you, Kiki, for sending this. Kiki says, I saw buzzards flying around the county garage area, but I kind of figured it was due to the garbage dump. And then someone over there is bound to have some cameras. I hope the videos hasn't been erased.
that happened with Sebastian. I remember there was some, I think it was, oh, I can't remember what bird it
Well,
was.
I watched a really good video today with that was on Canine Captain Jules' channel, and it was about how they can excuse me, Gator was able to find a lithium ion battery, and they're trained to kind of find these different things. And she was talking about how in Sebastian's case, she wasn't 100% if they were looking for him or if they were looking for, say a lithium ion battery from a Ring camera or so it was very interesting. I enjoyed watching it.
Oh, I'll have to check that out. I've been
Yeah,
running around, so I have to update my playlist.
I know, and I needed to share it. I'm pretty sure I didn't, and I needed to. But it's just interesting. With there was a nurse practitioner caught where Holly S is. Oh my lord, 6 months. Exactly, Lori. Exactly. Mm. I know, and I
Ugh.
even put that into the description tonight. I said, "Hey, Joe Neal, bonjour." Um, yeah, I'm like, I don't know if trigger warning is an understatement. I think trigger warning would be an understatement. Oh, Kiki says the county garbage is on the same road. Okay, so that's interesting. Very, very interesting. Negligence is criminal, Joe says. I agree.
Did you want me to read a quick disclaimer?
Sure, Mom, and you're so good at that. I'm so bad about reading the disclaimers and all of that kind of stuff.
I know, well, because it should go without saying. I just, I mean, but I don't understand the legalities of YouTube and their TOS changes and all that stuff. So that's why I
Well,
always ask if you want one.
I always try to get if I'm going to use people in the thumbnail, I always try to get the clips from the news because it's already out there. So I figure it's not like I'm, taking a private photo of theirs and putting it on blast. It's usually, something that they've done within the news. But here it's hard because this is his Facebook page. But I thought it was a good thumbnail, and I could just add in everybody that's kind of players. Well, not I can't even say they're players in the game, but these are family members who were close to Jaden. Because I don't know, it's just very fishy to me that this has been 3 weeks later after great grandma passes away, and now where's Jaden?
Yeah, no, I agree. Absolutely. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for where I saw that discussed more than that one message. That's what I was trying to find, where they were talking about the
Oh,
last
there was
time.
more than that one too, Mom. Are you kidding me? Oh my God.
Yeah, there was a lot of discussions and you know how it goes though. You never know if somebody's just, you know, it's hard because you don't want to think these things, but I think this could be very well credible, don't you? With the custody and
Well, that's what makes it so difficult. That's what makes it so difficult, I mean, because you don't want to jump the gun and say, oh, there's some guilty knowledge here, or they had something to do with it. But as we're going on and on, it's hard not to.
oh yeah.
Oh my gosh. Listen, Joe says that he took an 8-year-old back to her dad at Walmart and he let her walk around by herself.
Oh, it's terrible. And people need to be careful with that because a good friend of mine watched a really scary thing happen. And then we had encountered something. But a friend of mine literally, like the guys were on walkie talkies and the whole shebang, and it was awful. And I don't know what happened other than the cops, were able to come speak to them. But just the fact that parents are like so nonchalant like that, I don't get it.
Oh gosh, especially near the water. Kiki says, Joe, at the beach there was 2 little girls and they roamed away from their grandparents and I took them. They scared me. They were crying. Aw. I mean, yeah,
And
it's scary.
it is, yeah. And another thing is I haven't found one thing that discusses the mom, her sister, his aunt, right? being at the vigil, or she has the stepdad or whatever, right? The stepdad. Is he a
Yeah.
stepdad?
He's stepdad there because like her last name was something different. Actually her last name was Spicer before. I
Yeah.
don't know why I couldn't remember that, but then I remembered Gross. But that's his actual last name. So they have to be married unless she just goes by his last name, which I think that some of her there's actual paperwork from from when she was arrested and stuff that shows Gross as her last name. So I'm just assuming that, they're married.
Yeah. I just couldn't believe though, like, and not again. Like, you didn't go to the vigil. I mean, unless but then again, right? And it could be because she's sitting with, FBI or something like that, right? That's possible because it was on Friday and he went missing on Tuesday, I believe, the 6th, right? So, or sometime between 9 p.m., the 5th, and the early morning of the 6th.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's still like not an actual time thing, like it's not like, yeah, we discovered he was missing at this time when we went to wake him up for school, say, but I don't believe had started school just yet. I wrote it down. So like, okay, apparently there was an open house on the 6th, right? Like for school orientation. And then August 7th, he went missing. But I don't know if that was the first day of school or not.
It could have been because I know some of the districts go to school last week because ours, she just started this week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was a little bit hazy with that timeline, but I was thinking to myself, well, perhaps it was his first day of school. And if you guys know in the chat, let me know. I mean, I don't even know what this child's favorite color is besides maybe blue because he likes Sonic.
I
Like,
don't
we know nothing
know.
personal about him.
And yeah, because I have it down about the school, but I didn't see anything that verified that he went to the orientation. So I would really be interested to see if anything about that has been, verified. Did he go or not? Because if not, he just suddenly disappears when he's supposed to be in school.
I mean, that's exactly what Justin was saying, because that's kind of the timeline he was talking about in the show, and we were chatting about, and it was interesting to me. I'm like, well,
Oh,
that's yeah, like what is going on here, type of a thing. Because like if it was in fact his first day of school, that is absolutely weird, and
yeah.
then yeah, I mean, like, well, then we would expect him to maybe wake up at like what 7, or I don't know what time he would start school, if he'd have to wake up at 6:30, something like that. And then did he take the bus or was he planning on. I mean, because if again, with the school, if it was the first day of school, I would imagine they would be ready to pick him up if he took the bus.
Yeah.
So they would have had to have gotten a phone call telling them that, he was missing before. So I don't know. It's weird.
Oh, goodness.
Twist and Turn says I'd be embarrassed having having a child filthy. Yikes. Which it wouldn't happen with me, of course, but what the fuck is going on with people, and they shouldn't be allowed a precious child when so many great people can't have babies. I agree with that, twists and turns. I think it's really sad. And, I've seen a lot of parents too, even at Walmart, that it's like they're wearing, a coat and, fully clothed and with shoes on, and the baby's, doesn't have barely any clothes on. And I'm thinking, it's cold outside. I mean, not here in Florida because it's usually pretty nice here. But, like when I lived in Missouri, I saw that a lot.
A lot. Yep.
And I'm thinking, if you have the wherewithal to clothe yourself properly for the elements, why don't you do that for your baby? Because, I mean, babies are more sensitive too. And I'll see their little toes, hanging out. And I'll think, oh my gosh, they don't have any shoes. It's cold. They don't even have their little booties on or anything.
No, I've seen that a lot. And they can't regulate their body temperature in the beginning for a bit.
Good point. Very good point.
Oh, it's awful. That's why I advocate so hard for the fostering and things, because I know a lot of people don't want to take it on, but it's just my heart. I think all of our hearts break when we see these, and then you see how many foster kids now are sitting, sleeping in social services or extended stays at hospitals. And
Oh, absolutely. Well, and then the mom instincts kick in. Kiki says, "I really just wanted to give that baby a bath." Like I'm like that
oh,
too. I'm like thinking, do they have a coat? Like you want to like buy them a coat or something, Because sometimes you'll see even the little kids walking around, they don't have a coat, and you're wondering, well, is it because they can't afford a coat? Like it just makes you want to buy them one too. It's so sad.
a lot of times what I was told from people is that it's because it's a hassle to get them in and out of the car seats. Not even
Oh
getting.
God. Oh geez. Well.
It used to be a big debate every winter in the moms group where I used to live. People would be like, taking pictures and block out the baby's face and like, what in the heck, what are you doing, kind of trying to
Yes.
mom shame each other to not do it. And that's what people would say. Oh, it's a hassle. It's easier for me to run in and run out. And I'm like, okay, but that's freezing cold, like shock to their little system.
It is. It is a shock to their system. And two, like you think of things like frostbite and if you're in like the really colder areas. Hey, perfectly imperfect boy mom, good to see you. Total BS timeline, Joe. Joe Neal, for sure. Total BS timeline. I agree.
Plus, it's like, I don't know. I'm like, you really can't just give an extra 2 minutes, like, trust me,
Kiki,
I know it takes a while.
if you come up on panel, Kiki, you don't have to show like it's just our avatars. Like, it'll just be your avatar, and I have this overlay over so nobody can see us back there anyway. Or like this is when I don't have the overlay on. I'll show you like this. So like we would come up like that. Um, so we'd look like this really. Oh, thank you for putting. Aw, that's so awesome, Mom. And I didn't realize that you had his picture up. Aw, that's amazing. And we're still green for Sebastian. But if you wanted to come up too, it would just be like this. You know what I mean? Because I would just put this up for tonight. Because usually I'll come on camera, but I was just I did a lot of research today on this case because I'm really more interested now that I see the elements in it, and that I think we really need to, you know, bring more awareness to it, because I don't know, Mom, and I can't find that many clips. Like I found 2 update clips that I wanted to share tonight, but they were short.
Yeah, they're very short.
Yeah.
Once you play them, if I see one that I saved, I'll send it to you if it's different, but I doubt it. And I did. I put the picture up because I was looking real quick, but I didn't make this one. This just came up in the image search. And I thought that too. I was like, oh, it's green. I wonder where that came from, because that's our Sebastian color. Not that it can't be other kids' favorite color too, because James Leblonsky's favorite color was green. But my
Mm-hmm.
thought process was, do you know that that was his favorite color? Or,
I know.
because that's what I automatically think of, right? I think we all do now. We see green and we think of Sebastian, which is a good thing. And it's just sad, you know.
It is. It is. It is very sad. And it's like we really have to bring this awareness in. We really do. It's so important. Um, Hold on one second. I'm going to grab the link for Kiki. Well, what I'll do, I'll play this clip. Oh yeah, it'll work on your phone. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it sure will. It sure will.
You have to use Safari though if you're on iPhone.
Yes, thank you, Mom. And yes, you have to use Safari. Like, don't have to download the app or anything. You just go into Safari search bar and grab it. But yeah, I just don't, Mom, and I don't like putting the link in the chat because I'm like, I don't want just anybody being able to come up, right? And like
Oh yeah, like
grabbing
I've
the link.
done. I'll never
Yeah.
do it again.
Oh my gosh, right? No, like it's
God.
like, it's an unspoken rule. Like you might not want to do that unless you're inviting like trouble. I don't know. I maybe a call in, but then like, what if people are like,
No.
wasted or wasted face, and they're like, "Let me tell you what I think," and you're like, "I don't want to know what you think right now."
Mm. No, you
So,
have to have the green room or a way to screen, and then it's okay. But if you don't have somebody there that can screen people, forget it.
oh, that's a good point. That is a good point. Okay, hold on one second. Now I'm gonna play this this short video. It's like 5 minutes.
This is his mom. Her name is Felicia Spicer, aka Felicia Gross. The mom claims that this little boy vanished during the overnight hours of Tuesday into Wednesday morning and reported the little boy missing. The family reported the little boy missing, her and whoever reported the little boy missing early Wednesday morning. They lived at Pan Bowl Ranch Road in Jackson, Kentucky. This little boy to this day has still not been found. It's been over 48 hours now since this little boy's been reported missing, and possibly 60 hours since this little boy vanished, according to the family, including the mom. Now, let's talk about the mom here, because media is kind of talking about this case, but they're kind of not. Only a few reports out. But I do want to share that this information is very important for the public to know. The mom. The mom has an extensive criminal record. The mom has been arrested numerous times in the past for child endangerment. For wanton endangerment. It's a charge in Kentucky. I'm going to share what that means. But this information needs to get out because there are lots of people searching around the Jackson, Kentucky area, Pan Bowl Ranch Road, including Equifax volunteers. Kentucky State Police spoke about this case, but they don't want people really to go near the house where this little boy supposedly vanished on Pan Bowl Ranch Road. Now, let's share some criminal history on the mom here. I'm also going to share some news reports about this case because the little boy needs to be found, but the public also needs to know a little backstory on the mother. According to AI Overview, wanton endangerment is a legal term describing conduct that creates a substantial risk of death or serious physical injury to another person, often involving a reckless and deliberate disregard for the safety of others. It's a criminal offense, and the severity of the charge, first or second degree, depends on the level of risk created and the potential harm. So, whoa. This is a charge in Kentucky used to substantial risk of death or serious physical injury to another person, reckless or deliberate disregard for safety of others. Oh my goodness. She was charged with that back in 2018. So I put this out on my Twitter account at JLR Investigates. Make sure you follow me there for all the latest developments on Jayden Spicer. 10-year-old Jayden Spicer is still missing from Jackson, Kentucky. His mom claims he vanished out of this home during the overnight hours of Tuesday into Wednesday morning. Where is he? And here's the house. Look at this. Look at this. This is the house where this little boy, looks like some sort of possibly trailer. This is the house where this little boy vanished, according to the mom. Look, there's some sort of truck out there. Look at the truck. What in the world's going on here? An old truck. Then you got a red car. This totally reminds me of the Summer Wells case, as sad as it is, and I'm a straight shooter here. I'm calling it out as it is.
Kentucky State Police are searching for a missing 10-year-old boy in the Jackson community of Breathitt County. Troopers say they received a call to Panbowl Branch around 9:30 on Wednesday morning. The boy, Jaden Spicer, is believed to have left his home in the late night or early morning hours. Kentucky State Police and Hazard, along with local search and rescue teams, responded to the scene and have initiated a search of the surrounding area. Troopers say Jaden was last seen on Tuesday around 9 p.m., wearing Sonic the Hedgehog pajama pants and a matching shirt.
Well, he's a 10-year-old and he's out wandering what we believe to be by himself. So at this time, it's crucial that we try to locate him as quickly as possible.
Troopers say if you have any information on Jaden's whereabouts, to call 911 immediately. In Perry County, McKinley Calandrino, WYMT Mountain News.
Hey, Kiki.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Doing great. Mom, and are you there?
I'm here. Hi, Kiki.
Oh, good. I
Hello,
got us
Mama.
covered, so.
Hello. I kept wondering, my headset keeps shutting off. It won't let me talk through the headset, so I got to learn these things.
I don't know why StreamYard does that, but my earbuds won't work through it either.
That's crazy.
It's
Yeah,
so weird.
this case really, really gets to me because I see so many similarities with Sebastian's case in this. Really.
Oh, I agree. And, same thing like with where JLR just said, it really gives off Summer Wells vibes too,
Yeah, all three.
And I'm not saying that just because somebody lives in the rural country and has a trailer, that's, oh, holy cow, they're bad people. My really good friends in Branson have a lake house. It's a trailer, too. And I mean, it's a nice property. It's just, their summer place that they go to, so they don't have a big house or whatever. But, so I'm not saying that at all. Really, to the contrary, you shouldn't really look at, the conditions unless it's dirty. You know what I mean? Like the kids don't have food, there's no running water, things like that.
Yeah, I was saying in chat how, my husband, he pastored inner city church for 5 years. And kids, I mean, literally parents would just come drop their kids off. If it was vacation Bible school, what have you, we wouldn't make them sign a form, but they'd be gone for hours and you'd be like, okay, where's the parents? And we hadn't even met them before. I mean, it just blows my mind because my list is very small of who would watch my children. I
agree.
And then to have half of the kids that, would be dirty or not have food and they would eat a ton while they were there. And I would send them home with little care packs or whatever. It was so sad.
Aw. That's so sweet of you, girl. Because that is it is so sad. I mean, just to think that one, they don't care as long as it's someone to watch the kids or whatever is kind of the way I take it. It doesn't matter. Go ahead and take my kids, as long as I don't have to take care of them, kind of mentality. Yeah. But then on top of it, to not send them clean and, well dressed and, you always give them a little bit of money. That's one thing we always did. And Mom and, let me know too, because I know we have older kids and stuff, but it's I always just did if Livy was going anywhere, she would always at least have some money with her, and
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
my
At
boys
least
would say, do you have a card? So yeah, we know all about that.
Oh yes, oh yes. Well, and then what do you guys think about Felicia Gross and her charges? So this is all alleged, of course, but we saw that she was in trouble at one time for endangering a child, and then also in June, I think it was June 20th. I'm sorry, I went to write the date down and I just caught 2018. But wanted wanted endangerment of a child, so reckless disregard for the child's safety. And that was like a definition, because I don't know if she was, convicted on any of this, but she was taken in. It's based on, in the state of Kentucky, level of risk and potential harm to the child. But what do you think of that?
Well, my thoughts are that first off, we don't know, what was going on with the aunt, if she had her hands full or whatever, so I'm not going to judge.
Mhm.
But in that case, I believe CPS should have stepped up their plate in their game and said, hey, okay, we'll help you to find a home. And I know CPS is overwhelmed right now. There's been chance after chance that literally, being a pastor's wife, that people have literally just wanted to give their kids to us. I mean,
Really?
yeah, it will blow your mind.
Like sign their
Just,
rights away type of thing? Like, here, can you
yes.
take, oh my Lord, I can't
And then
imagine.
I had a worker contact me one time and they're like, can you take this child? And I really, really wanted to, but I was like, I don't have a bed. And they're like, oh, they can sleep on the couch. And I'm like, well, I have boys. And it was a girl. And I was like, I don't have a room just for girls, you know. And they were like, that's okay. And
Well, oh boy.
yeah, it didn't seem right. We prayed about it. And I wanted to so bad. But, I have my hands full, of course. But there are people out there that, that are respite care, you know, and I think that CPS should have looked into that a little more, to be honest, in
Oh,
my
I agree.
opinion.
Well, I'm wondering, were they even notified?
Were there
That's a
even,
good question.
You
That's a
know,
good
like,
question.
was there anything in place, I wonder, for them to be notified of her bringing them there? Or was it just cases are closed and, and they didn't even know?
exactly? Yeah,
Right, you're so right though, Mom. And because like, okay, so my thoughts were, why didn't somebody just contact the authorities? Like, whoever gave custody to grandma, didn't they let grandma, and I know it's great grandma, but either way, didn't they let her know, like, or excuse me, let anybody know that she had passed and that now Jaden is without a caregiver?
Well, a lot of times physical custody and things like that can be done without even court orders. So unless CPS had some sort of, or the family court, right, had a plan in place, there may not have been anything legally. There probably was, but I'm just saying that it's possible they may not have.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because especially
There,
if people are willing to do what Kiki said, yeah, I
yeah.
mean, my
I mean,
goodness.
it will literally blow your mind because people are like, and there's different circumstances where they're overwhelmed. If anybody knows about being overwhelmed, not getting too deep into my situation, but since day one that my kids were born and momming it up, you may have like a, an army behind you, and that's great. But I've had, sickly parents. My husband had sickly parents, and so it's just us. We chose to have the kids. So you suck it up and you do what you have to do.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't have anybody. My husband's adopted. We actually moved so we could try to have care for her.
Yeah,
It was years of nobody. I mean, we loved the grandmas, but they had their own lives.
yeah, yeah. And you get so exhausted. I know I have five. I don't know how many Mom has, but uh, it's exhausting at times. Sometimes you really do just you need a breather, and there's not anyone to give you a breather, and you just kind of just you know say, Lord help me, and you move forward.
Yeah,
Yeah,
respite
no,
is
and my
really
hats go
important.
off to you ladies, because you guys do like all ages of kids, and it's not easy with one, it's not easy two, three, the more, and then you are, spread thin, and I do. I feel like that is such an important topic for us to talk about, as moms, because moms need support out there. Moms need to know that they're not the only ones that feel overwhelmed, and it's okay, because we always have to put out this persona like we're completely perfect, but really we'll never be perfect. And, some days we are, spent like, even following these cases. I mean, I didn't sleep very good all week, and then I finally slept like for a good, 8 hours, which is a long time for me. And I felt so much better. So, I mean, I just can't imagine, and everybody's involved in things. I don't know. I want to hear your guys' perspective more than mine, because I'm an empty nester now. So,
I just don't think we have enough support in place. I always said they say it takes a village, but if you have a child with special needs or on the spectrum and things, good luck finding the village, right? It's
Yeah.
really not easy to find.
No.
I mean, that's why we moved. I mean, I was, just constantly praying because I knew it was going to come to a point where physically or mentally I was not going to be able to handle it.
Yeah.
well,
And
you
and
were in
if
need of
you
resources. Yeah.
yeah, and if you have a church family, you know, it's really good, sometimes because like, not to be religious or anything, but like, to let them go to Sunday school, with someone you trust, that gives you, a good 45 minutes of a breather to where you can actually, function without somebody saying, Mom, 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 you know?
No, I appreciate even just the spiritual aspect of that, because it's like everybody does need that, and it's good for the kids to, know that they have someone else too, like that God is there, and then they have friends they meet there, and it's the kind of kids that you want to hang out with your kids. And so I think church is an amazing resource, Kiki.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And I call momming it up. She is super mom to be able to handle what you do. Really, you are, and you're
We
an
love momming.
inspiration. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm a big believer. Lady knows that. But I try not to be, what do they call, Bible thumper um,
Yeah.
when I'm on my lives.
Me too. But girl, let me tell you, there's plenty out there making fun of it. So might as
Hey,
well.
we need him though. We need the Lord in our lives, because otherwise, like we need that too. It's good to get involved with moms groups at church too. I think, and talk with other moms, and it's important.
Yeah. Yeah. And just just be able to communicate with an adult every once in a while is great.
Yes. Oh
So
gosh, yes. Yes. But you're right though, like when you can trust that somebody, that your kids are in a good environment, and you can go, take a breather, and even get some stuff done that you wouldn't, normally be able to get done in that time. I mean, it's just all very important to, keeping things going, and keeping your sanity too. And so,
yeah. I see Trishy's comment. She says we need to be better about reaching out to each other and helping one another too. Yes.
oh,
Encouraging each other instead of putting people down. That's
that
my
is,
theory.
yes. No, I'll tell you something about Trishy. Hey, C. Taylor. I'll say something about Trishy really fast. Whenever I found out that my friend's granddaughter was diagnosed with leukemia, and she's only two guys, and this was recent this year, and I was really having a hard time with it, because I had babysat for her, and it's just heartbreaking to me. She's such a sweetheart, and Trishy really helped me understand that type of rare leukemia, and really helped me, just in terms of just having like somebody to talk to, right? And so I think it is so important for us to be, more of an ear than, a mouth to each other, because in a negative way. Now, informing each other, that helps tremendously, but we need to listen to each other, and try to help each other.
I
Definitely.
often joke about, how a lot of us, we end up on YouTube and stuff because it is our respite and it's our adulting. And people annoy me because they're like, oh my gosh, you're up all night. And I'm like, no, I sleep in naps because that's how it is, right? Like
Yeah.
Right.
sometimes special needs and different reasons, but this is my respite,
Yeah.
like talking and doing things. It's healthy for us, right? So,
It is.
Yeah.
Well, and by the way, Momming It Up was the one that facilitated that phone call. It's just, it's really wonderful, like, to have good friends that are like, hey, wait, I know our other friend knows a lot about this, so I'm gonna hook you guys up. And that's where a support system is formed, and it's so great. And hey, Bless, good to see you, sweetie.
And
yes.
once the kids get all grown, mom, and we do get the break, we're going on a girls trip.
Oh,
Amen.
those, yeah, well, exactly. That's what keeps us going, looking forward to something fun, and recharging our own batteries is so important.
Yeah, I may be in my 60s, but hey,
Well, and that's what it's all about, though. I mean, because it's on, if you keep, what do they say? A body in motion stays in motion. So as long as we keep moving.
exactly. Exactly.
Well, and Maman and I were talking about this young lady, Felicia Gross, and she really seems like she may have some pretty heavy addiction issues. And she's a younger girl. She doesn't look like she's, even, maybe she's 35 or something like that. I can't remember if it was mentioned in the clip. Um, but she's a young gal, and it just seems like she keeps getting in trouble for these things. So I'm guessing she's on some substance or another.
Yeah. It's really sad how a bad addiction has taken over America. How, all the missing children on my live earlier, I know it sounds insane, but I found out you can actually email the president, the office there. And I thought,
Oh.
he's trying to, well, I don't want to get political either. Whoever's in office, I am going to email and I am going to talk about how many missing children's out there and what can we do to clean that area up. We're doing other things in America. So why can't we clean Tennessee, Kentucky, all the bordering states? Why can't we do something about this?
I think we have to because it's shocking the people that I talk to that are not from here, right, in different states, and they all say the same thing. Like, what the heck is up with that? They're like, how are your states so full of these cases? And it's awful. But I think
It is.
the squeaky wheel gets the oil. Everything's worth.
Yeah.
Well, and we can't not get political about it, because these are the people that make the decisions. And I think Trump is a guy that gets things done. I mean, I could be wrong on that, but I've seen him do a lot since he took back office. And even Melania, the first lady, and I can't remember who mentioned it in chat, but mentioned writing to her, because usually the first lady is the one that kind of advocates for kids. We've seen them do healthy
Yes.
eating programs, and
Yeah. Yeah. I
so
saw that she does that. So maybe we can get together and all of us write her in town chat.
I would
I
love to.
am Town chat said she thought she was younger than me. Let's see, you're 61. I am younger right now. I was saying by the time I got to go on a girls' trip, I would be older in my 60s.
Well, that's it, right? You have to wait till the kids are all pretty
Yeah,
good, and that it's hard, huh?
they come first, of course. But
Oh yeah.
yeah, we need to email the first lady. Who knows if they get to actually read it, but who knows if one of those emails might reach her and something be done because it's just ridiculous. I never, before I got into to true crime on YouTube, I never realized how bad Tennessee was.
Well, and I don't know if it's even like a problem that's completely, unique to Tennessee, but it does seem like there is some sort of a disconnect when it comes to solving these cases where we have parents that are blatantly, at least have guilty knowledge. Because I keep going back to, even with Sebastian's case, when I look at his case and I think, okay, how did he get out of the house? That's what we need to figure out. And when they say that nothing was tampered with on the outside, everything was locked up tight, including windows, and the windows don't lock from the outside, so it's not like Sebastian could have left and locked up. Now, if he did, he would have been caught on the Ring camera from across the street and multiple cameras within the neighborhood, and they don't have that. And so, in my opinion, I just think that the flashlight video where someone comes from the house and back is very strong evidence that someone from the house took Sebastian and gave him to someone else that night, in my opinion. But I don't know, like, what do you guys think about that? I mean, just the cases, and again with Summer Wells, what do you guys think?
You can go ahead, Mama, before me. I feel like I'm over talking.
Oh, no, not at all.
No, you
Well,
guys are great.
no, I absolutely agree. I mean, we've seen time and time again where they can solve things pretty rapidly, in other areas. And to me, it's pretty simple. If something is going on, which I think a lot of people can tell something's going on, where it could be exploiting, it could be corruption, it could be God knows what, then you ask the FBI to take the lead. It's children, it's not about ego. That's
Yeah.
just my opinion.
And another thing, in my opinion, is I think as soon as a child goes missing, they should treat it as if it's criminal right away and just, question, narrow parents out or what have you, whoever's involved, but treat it as criminal right off the bat, because all these people that are doing these horrible things, isn't it like they said like 90% or 95% or someone that's always close to the child that's missing
Yeah.
that does the horrible crime. So therefore treat it criminal and you can weed out the people, but just like with Sebastian's case, in my opinion, everybody, or not everybody, but some keep saying, oh, there's no cars, no cars. Okay, whatever, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So why not hand it off to FBI? Start out, see if it's criminal first. If it's not, good. If it is, let's get FBI's help. The U.S. Marshals. I mean, they seem to find missing kids like within a week's time.
Exactly.
Locking down the last known location as if it's a crime scene is something I can't understand. It would be so simple to do.
Yeah.
Well, and especially in this case, I couldn't agree more, because it seems like they didn't treat it that way. And, here we are with no evidence, and that has to be collected right away, in my opinion.
Yeah, and if parents or whoever's close to them isn't guilty, then good, If there's nothing to hide, then why are you going to be mad about being questioned?
Right.
That's
Well, look, Seth
my
wants
thought.
people to be questioned. That's my thing with Seth. Is that he wants people to be questioned, because he's like, he legitimately doesn't know where his son is, and he legitimately wants to find out what happened to him. And it's I mean, it's just in black and white. It's just real simple. I'm avoiding using one of Christopher Proudfoot's quotes. It's crystal clear. Seth is gonna side eye me if he's still in here. But I mean, come on. Which I don't think he is. Usually he'll come in and say hi, but he sent us blessings and said thank you, and our hearts are with him. So
Yes, yes. my heart breaks for Seth because you can see so much, he's trying everything in him. And in my opinion, not so much the other side. So, but guys, I appreciate you and I loved being on here with you guys. And we'll have to do a live stream on mine together, a panel. I've never done this, so this is my first time. Yay.
I know it's your first time with Momming It Up and Lady Freedom here.
I'm gonna have to get in bed, but I'll be listening with the headphones on. And I've got to get up in the morning and get everything rolling again. So
Yes. Well, thank you so much for being up here.
thank you so much for inviting me, and I enjoyed it. And thank you, Mom.
It was great chatting with you. I look forward to a panel with you one day. That'd be great.
Yes, ma'am. And thank you, chat. You all have a good night.
Good night, Kiki.
Good night, guys.
Kiki's like she is so good at researching. You know what I mean? Like she's a great researcher. Hey, Lisa B. Always. So, Mom, and I'm gonna play this next clip that I have here, and this is gonna be more into kind of Jaden's family, and then the next one will be of the aunts, because I just kind of shortened that one because I want us to be able to analyze it.
Okay, great.
Yes, but here's the...
Today is day 2 of crews searching for Jayden Spicer, the missing 10-year-old boy in Breathitt County. Crews have been on the ground since early Thursday morning, searching by foot with canines, helicopters, and sonar equipment.
So we have a lot of different tools in place, and we're going to continue to search until our resources are exhausted.
As of Thursday, troopers say this is an open-ended investigation, meaning they are leaving every possible situation on the table, investigating from several different angles.
So as of right now, this investigation does not meet the qualifications for any type of alerts. It doesn't meet for an Amber Alert or an N Alert at this time. Without documented mental disabilities, it wouldn't qualify.
Troopers say while they do not have any evidence to believe Jayden was kidnapped, they are still keeping it open as an option. Painbowl Branch Road has been monitored throughout the day, with crews allowing only authorized personnel access to the scene. However, the folks that live in that holler have seen them searching day and night tirelessly.
We saw all the state polices and all that going up and down the road. I mean, lots of them, and I guess they were detectives.
Fire department, rescue people, and people from everywhere wanting to help.
While the neighbors say they did not know the boy personally, they had seen him and the family around a few times. Douglas said that he talked to who they say is Jaden's stepdad that morning.
He told me what had happened, And when they went to bed, everything was fine. When they woke up, he was gone, so they went searching and hollering and doing all they could, but finally called the police.
While Jaden's mother did not want to be on camera, she did provide a statement saying, "We love Jayden and we want him safe at home. Please, if anyone sees my son, Jayden Spicer, please report it to the Jackson Police Department. Thank you. We love him very much. Do the right thing. Call the police. Please pray for us and my son, Jayden."
The same objective, same goal as it has been from the start, to locate Jayden safely and bring him home.
KSP reminds people if you have any information on Jayden's whereabouts to contact 911 immediately. In Breathitt County, McKinley Calandrino, WYMT Mountain News.
All right, so the family of Jayden Spicer put out this statement. They wanted it shared to the media and the public, and it was on a piece of paper here, handwritten. It says, "We love Jayden, and we want him safe at home. Please, if anyone see my son, Jayden Spicer, please report it to the Jackson Police Department. Thank you. We love him very much. Please do the right thing. Call the police. Please pray for yous and my son. Please pray for us and my son," it says yous, And my son Jaden, thank you. So this came out from the family. Who wrote this? Did the mom write this? Did someone, sounds like, it looks like a kid wrote this. No disrespect, but I see a lot of grammar errors and things on it. Who wrote this? Let me know what you think. His mom and his stepdad, seen right here, reported this little boy missing on Wednesday morning. So we're over 4 days now, and he has still not been found. Her name is Felicia Gross, and that is Jaden's mom. But this is the stepdad. Look at this guy right here. Joshua Gross. He was living in the same trailer when Jaden vanished. When they reported him missing, they claim, the stepdad and the mom, and whoever else was in that house, claimed that he vanished sometime during the overnight hours of Tuesday into Wednesday. So many searches out there. Volunteers, law enforcement, EquiSearch, the community. People are starting to call out the stepdad. They're saying that he has done bad things to children in the past. He has a criminal record. And family members of Jaden, like aunts, are saying things don't add up. Because you need to listen to what I'm about to share and show you about the stepdad. And then we will further discuss. Check it out.
Three little boys playing in a creek under the watchful eyes of their parents, right across the street from a house where another young boy used to spend a lot of time. You live near where J.D. Vance used to spend all his summers, correct?
Yeah, correct, yeah. Just pretty much right here.
This is Jackson, Kentucky, in the heart of Appalachia. How'd you feel when you heard that he's the Republican vice presidential nominee?
I was actually proud. It came across really, like a proud feeling, like you can accomplish something just from this little area. It tells me kind of, one of my little boys could possibly grow up and become vice president one day. You never know.
In J.D. Vance's book, Hillbilly Elegy, he says he grew up in the Rust Belt city of Middletown, Ohio, but also here in Jackson.
All right, Mom, and so what do you think?
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if I muted. I was just looking at that myself.
Right. Well, I found it interesting. I remember Friday we were talking about where he said documented disabilities, and we were going over the Amber Alerts. The thing that I've come to find, though, is that it seems like they did deploy the text messaging, so I don't know if an Amber would have made that big of a difference. I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Well, that's why I was trying to pull these news clips in too, but then we were just kind of fumbling around, but I wanted to cover it too. And we had, a little bit of information, and at least the information on Jaden. So I just wanted to really push that out there. But no, I agree. And that's why I was excited to show this one, because it was it said without any, or excuse me, the state trooper, that is, Mr. Gayhart, he says that without documented disabilities, there's no Amber Alert to be issued. But then the neighbors were saying that, when they were notified that he was missing, they told him that they were searching, but he wasn't reported missing until 9:30 a.m.
Yeah, it's just awful. And they didn't say the last time that they saw him.
Right. Well, they said 9 o'clock at night, but then that's why they were saying late night into early morning. But if he was afraid of the dark, why would he walk? Why would he leave in the middle of the night? It's just weird.
Oh, yeah, no, I meant the neighbors. They said that they had seen him a few times, but they didn't know him. But they didn't say oh, we saw him this week or yesterday. Unless that was edited out. I don't know.
No, you're right, though. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I misunderstood. Obviously, we have some issues here. Yeah, because I would like to know when was the last time, again, like you were saying, that someone other than the parents actually saw Jaden.
Well, Holly, who? Oh, I'm having issues with this mic. I might have to come in and come back. Was saying in chat that the aunt And I had heard that too about him trying to talk to the aunt a month before and a bunch of stuff about that. So I don't know. I just find it interesting that the way that they're wording all of it, it was really unique for me. And it makes me wonder if the family was trying to push, diagnoses, because a lot of times children that, we've seen this throughout the years with orphanages and things. If children are not, cared for and they don't have a healthy home life, they can be behind and delayed and things. And I'm wondering if that's what's going on, where it's not necessarily like something that they would be able to diagnose, but more a learning disability, which happens a lot from, all different things when you have a sporadic home life, right?
Right. Exactly. Exactly. Well, and C. Taylor also, I just saw in chat. Thank you, C. Taylor. 3 kids, 3 boys together. So there's a lot of kids involved in this scenario.
Oh, geez.
I didn't realize they had 3 together. And then she has 2. Well, then that would be 6 for her total. But isn't that what we were talking about too? Yeah, 6 total. Or no, somebody said 7. Sorry. Dang. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll do that. I think I'll hop out. Are you going to do the next clip? And then I can reconnect this darn earbud thing.
Yes, it's going to be the aunt. So yeah, I'll just keep a lookout for you. Absolutely.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. And yeah, Lisa B always says, ladies, this is foul play all day long, in my opinion. I agree, Lisa. I mean, it's so tough, right? I hate to jump to a conclusion, but my goodness. Let's watch what the aunts have to say, guys. And I'm going to tell you, I'm really side-eyeing the aunts here, because who was the last one? Chuchi Torres says, I agree, Lisa. Who was the last person? Was it one of these 2 that had custody and decided to give back custody to the mom who wasn't supposed to have custody, in my opinion. Little Miss Sharon, thank you for your super sticker. I just saw that. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. You're so awesome. Thank you. Okay, hold on, guys, let me go ahead. I'm going to play this clip. It's short. It's a short one.
He would regularly travel with his grandparents to visit other family members. Do you know who you're going to vote for?
Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
Old Jayden Spicer was last seen earlier this week at his home on Parental Branch Road near Jackson. It's in Breathitt County.
WKYT's Phil Pendleton talked to some relatives who are questioning why he suddenly disappeared. It's our top story at 6.
There are many questions along Parental Branch Road in Breathitt County.
There's some stuff that just doesn't add up in this case.
Police say they were told that Jaden went to bed Tuesday night but was missing on Wednesday morning.
And as 2 aunts and mothers, we've questioned a lot of the information ourselves.
State police say numerous search crews have combed the woods and hilly areas, even using sonar underwater. There's been no solid leads, but they say they are leaving no stone unturned and looking into every possibility.
He's a good boy. He's very sweet and loving. He is very hyperactive.
He likes to be on the go.
On the go 24/7.
They say that he would never venture out in the dark and try to climb the rugged terrain that surrounds his home.
He does not like insects at all.
Or the dark.
Them looking up in the hills, I mean, any child can go anywhere, but it just seems so unreal that he would go up there.
They say Jaden can be hyperactive and that can be difficult to deal with, but they say this has been almost too much for them to handle.
Tore up, shocked,
heartbroken,
confused, don't know if we're coming and going, don't know where to start.
Numerous Breathitt County agencies were looking Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Some help coming from out of county expected Friday afternoon.
Okay, guys. Yeah, and I don't know if these 2 are the ones that actually had Jaden, and let me know in the chat if you guys know. But I mean, I know these two ladies, Holly. I mean, I'm just like, the first time I watched it, I wanted to share it with you guys. But then after learning all of this wacky stuff in the case, I'm really side-eyeing the aunts too, because especially the initial statement that they made, the one, with the blonde hair, thinner girl, she said something just doesn't add up in this case. I mean, it's kind of like distancing language right off the bat. Oh, here we got Mom back. I was, hey, Mom.
Hello, I'm back.
Yay! Oh, good. I was glad. I was like, okay, I think I haven't seen her in the back chat yet. Yeah, what do you think of that statement? Something just doesn't add up in this case. Like, as a family member saying it, they weren't crying, right? They looked nervous to me, and maybe it was because they were on the news for the first time ever or something. But
Well, that's how I took it. Everything they were saying was like odd, it was just odd. And then it almost felt like they put a disclaimer, like an excuse, or I don't know, I can't get the right wording for it when they were talking about him being hyperactive and it's hard, it can be hard to handle.
yeah, like, okay, so she says hyper 24/7, difficult to difficult to deal with. I'm like, what the heck, really?
Yeah, and then I think at the end, it might be in the video, or I know it was in the newspaper one when they did the written,
Hmm.
about how it could be hard to handle. So I was like, well, why did they say those things? But
Because I think one of these two gave him up. I think, like, I'm guessing. I don't know though. I mean, unless there's like a third aunt involved, but like, because in the Facebook post it said that grandma passed away and that she was taking care of it, but then one of the granddaughters got custody of Jaden, but they didn't mention the other two girls.
yes. And that's what I was thinking. I was thinking either one of them had him, or maybe one of their children, or something with that. And that's the way it came across to me, was distancing, but they were acting a little worried. I don't know. It's just interesting because they said he doesn't like to go out at night.
Yes, he doesn't like bugs. Or
Mhm.
insects. Excuse me. Insect is different than a bug. Um, Rob Thomas with a double B. We do not understand those symbols, so you're gonna get put in a timeout. When you want to speak English, then we can talk to you again. Kiki. Did you see that, Mama? Some dude.
No, I just went to look.
I put him in timeout. I put him. He's sitting in a chair. He's got his crayon, his juice box, and a coloring book.
What? In chat or in?
Yeah, he put in like as many symbols as he possibly could, and then hit the send button.
Oh my gosh.
And his name was Rob Thomas, like from Matchbox 20, which I love Rob Thomas, by the way. He is super sexy. Hey, Rodna and Katrina. Matchbox. It's 3 a.m. He must be lonely. Oh,
Kiki, don't
boy.
worry, I can never type. Me and the iPhone have a love-hate relationship. It's always making me type bad, really bad.
Oh yeah, especially if the chat's moving forward, it'll let you like type a few words and then it just sends it randomly. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Holly S thinks Rob Thomas is sexy too. Oh
It does
goodness.
seem that way. You're right, Lisa. It does seem that way, that nobody wanted him. That's heartbreaking.
Well, and that's that. Well, yeah, because remember we were talking about how I wonder if he had any like personal item, like, you know what I mean, like if they just dropped him off, like he had just lost his grandma, so he wasn't living there anymore, and then he moves in with one of the granddaughters, I'm assuming is an aunt, and then they drop him off at his mom's. Like, poor kid.
Yeah, and it's like his granny just passed away. Of course he's going to be more rebellious and grieving. And I mean, come on, I don't know. It's just, that's what I was hoping that we would hear, and maybe we will in time, more of, more compassionate emotions about him and what he's into, what he likes.
Well, and that's the thing that sucks so bad too. Like, see, Taylor even says like they're maybe they're just distracting from the fact that these parents are willing to go on camera and support their stepchild. It's just weird. Like, I would be on the news absolutely asking for help. No doubt. I don't care if I was on there puffy eyed, my hair wasn't did, obviously your makeup's not going to hold up. Doesn't matter if it's waterproof or not. You're going to be snotting and, wiping your eyes and everything. I mean, so it really doesn't matter what you look like or anything like that. But like, look, these people went on the news to talk about JD Vance being from their hometown, but yet they're not discussing their missing child. Like, what is that? Besides hypocrisy,
It's definitely not a good sign. I mean, and like in this day and age when we had, I forgot her name right now. It's evading my mind, but I think Frank was the name of this young girl that went missing back in the winter. And her dad went on every day. He put a TikTok out and his phone number and nonstop. He did it on his own constantly. So I can't rationalize it. I would be living with a 24-hour live stream, following me everywhere, begging for any kind of media attention I could possibly get.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, especially if you think that especially if they really think that he left after 9 o'clock. So they put him to bed. In this scenario, they don't stay up any later. They all go to bed at 9 o'clock, which is weird. I'm sorry, but we all know as parents, the minute the kids go to bed, that's our time to unwind and watch our video on YouTube or have our glass of wine or watch something on TV that that you DVR'd or whatever, Netflix, whatever. We all know that, right? And we stay up a couple hours and then we probably go to bed. You know what I mean? And maybe you stay up only an hour because you're really tired, but and you just but you take that like little bit of time, right? And then you get yourself ready for bed. You do your, wash your face, brush your teeth, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, like me now. Yeah. That's all we
Fine. I'm
get is
preaching
our
to the choir, right?
nighttime. Yeah. That's what I mean, all parents. And then also when they put in that statement of, do the right thing. And to me, this is the pattern behavior that we've seen in the past that sadly, usually the future dictates that it's because they already know.
Yes, and no pictures. Like, I get that we put our pictures on our cell phones and we have them, and like we probably don't have as many printed out as we used to for like photo books and stuff like that. Scrapbooking might be a thing of the past, but there's got to be like some school pictures of Jaden or just like some more recent ones.
It takes 2 seconds to print them, at CVS, Walgreens, Walmart. And when a child goes
True.
missing, you do see the salt of the earth, the amazing people that come together, right? And they offer to help. So the whole thing is weird to me.
Well,
Sorry, I'm
arguably,
getting
you're
triggered.
right though. Is if you have a digital copy of the pictures, it's so much easier to get it out because I could just like send you a picture right quick and you'll get it in 2 seconds. And so then even if you were, say you were a detective and I was like, oh my gosh, my child's missing, and I send you my daughter's most recent picture that I can, I mean, in this case it'd have to be from like her Instagram or something, say. You know what I mean? Because like, I think she sent me a picture when they were out one night, like for her birthday or something. So that would have been the most recent one. But there's probably better ones, that I could find. But I'd want a multitude of pictures out there just
Well,
so people know her face, right? Like,
I'm thinking the truth might be something, along the lines of they don't have him because grandma had him and grandma took the pictures and,
oh yeah. What if all the pictures are on grandma's phone? That's a good point.
they may not have taken a lot of pictures of him, the aunts and the mom. I mean, it's possible.
Right. I just think those two are so fishy because of the way they're acting. Like, they're not like, where's our nephew? Like crying. Like, okay, so for one, if I was the one that gave him back to his mom and he came up missing, I would be beside myself and I would be saying, I can't believe I trusted her with him and I never should have. Where is the remorse? that we should be seeing. I mean, and I'm not saying these are the two aunts that even had custody of him. I'm not sure who exactly had custody of him. I need to figure that out. Cinderella, the dad, is in really bad shape. Like, he is in trouble. He's been in trouble for child abuse and also allegedly bestiality, which is having relations with animals against their, who can't consent. That's right, C. Taylor.
Could you play the clip again real quick of the ants?
Yeah, sure thing. I kept it short so we could play it like if we needed to again and again. Hey, I'm working on getting that laptop, so as soon as I do, we're gonna be able to pause through it, and stuff. It'll be good. But no, I'll play it again.
Thank
Would
you.
regularly travel with his grandparents to visit other family members. Do you know who you're going to vote for?
Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
Old Jayden Spicer was last seen earlier this week at his home on Parental Branch Road near Jackson. It's in Breathitt County.
WKYT's Phil Pendleton talked to some relatives who are questioning why he suddenly disappeared. It's our top story at 6.
There are many questions along Parental Branch Road in Breathitt County.
There's some stuff that just doesn't add up in this case.
Police say they were told that Jaden went to bed Tuesday night but was missing on Wednesday morning.
And as two aunts and mothers, we've questioned a lot of the information ourselves.
State police say numerous search crews have combed the woods and hilly areas, even using sonar underwater. There's been no solid leads, but they say they are leaving no stone unturned and looking into every possibility.
He's a good boy. He's very sweet and loving. He is very hyperactive.
He likes to be on the go.
On the go 24/7.
They say that he would never venture out in the dark and try to climb the rugged terrain that surrounds his home.
He does not like insects at all.
Or the dark.
Them looking up in the hills, I mean, any child can go anywhere, but it just seems so unreal that he would go up there.
They say Jaden can be hyperactive and that can be difficult to deal with, but they say this has been almost too much for them to handle.
Tore up, shocked,
heartbroken,
confused, don't know if we're coming and going, don't know where to start.
Numerous Breathitt County agencies were looking Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Some help coming from out of county expected Friday afternoon.
Wow.
Yeah, and even the news, the guy was like, they're worried about how hard it is on them or whatever. Like, he emphasized that. So I found that to be interesting. I forgot to say that last time.
Yeah. Well, if I was to guess, if he was with any of them, it would be the one on the left. And just if we were to speculate, just take a guess. And
I was thinking that too.
I just can't believe the distancing, this case, and he's a lot to deal with. And like, where is I don't know.
Well, is it Shy's the one with the more blonde hair? I realize they both kind of have like a blondish, but the really, really, really blonde hair and the glasses. She seems to be like basically, like if it was you and I'd be like, you would say something and I'd say, yeah, he's hyperactive, and then you would say something, I'd be like, oh yeah, that's so true, yeah, like it seems very scripted in my opinion.
Yeah. Like, what about we miss him so much, our family needs him, your brothers miss you, I can't sleep, I miss you, your aunt misses you. Like, what the heck is that? I can't
Yep.
right now.
Yeah, we searched everywhere for him. We don't know where he could possibly be. None of that. We went to the house and, looked all around. I mean, because that's what you would think if you really thought that this little boy went out into the middle of the night and decided to, leave, which I think it would have to be very, very bad either way if he did decide to do that, because he doesn't like the dark and because he doesn't like insects. And so, that's what he would have to traverse to leave the property. I think that it's really, really safe to say that he didn't do that. And they're not alleging that either. They think it's odd, right?
Yeah, they're not leaving us with anything that they think could have happened. When I take this away, what I hear from it is not anything about where he might be or what might have happened. I just hear, like you said, almost like a scripting.
Good point. Yeah. And
But I know
ugh.
sometimes they edit these out. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, you're right. That's a great point. That is so true, right? It's heavily edited. You can kind of tell like the breaks in the video.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look. Maybe I could email the news and see, like, do they have another longer version of it or
Yeah, the full like a full. I mean, I'm like you too. I always want to consider the full context because it's important, because anybody could clip something and it could come out a different way than if you saw the entire raw footage.
yeah. I mean, I think we know more than likely, it's very, very highly likely that they would never edit out the crying part and the things that we're talking about. But it's good to
Good
just
point.
see, yeah, like I doubt they, were crying and saying those things. But
Well, that's news. That's news gold right there. To have the raw emotion, right? So they would never
yeah.
edit that out. I agree. I mean, and they didn't look like their eyes were red and puffy and like they had been. And I'm not saying that they're not emotional. I'm not trying to say that. And everybody is different, especially. I mean, you're considering they're on the news. They might not. They might be in shock. I mean, people act. They do act.
Hmm.
Different when they're shocked.
I guess for me, it's just perplexing. So I feel like we watched a lot of these sadly. And, I mean, they're the only ones that are advocating. And it doesn't seem, it's almost like I hope it doesn't get like what we were used to of like, oh, well, there's nowhere. There's just nowhere. They just disappeared. Poof.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. And that's what it's sounding like, right? When we hear, oh, we all went to bed at the same time and then we all,
Not possible.
he wasn't, sometime in the night, he just poof, vanished,
Yeah, nobody just vanishes. There's always something. Kids don't
Yeah.
just go missing. We know that.
Well, and then with the history, 2018 was a little while back, but in the same way, I mean, wanted endangerment, being reckless, and for the safety of kids, I'm assuming those were the kids that were in their care, and so why, and I'm not trying to start a witch hunt or anything like that, but I mean, it's like, what about whoever was entrusted to have Jaden? Why did she entrust somebody that had that? What made them think that it was okay? And then also, how come they're not being questioned themselves as to their involvement? Because in my opinion, it's kind of like in Leilani Simon's case where her mother actually did have custody of Quentin, but yet she was still the caregiver.
Yeah.
So
I can't believe the last name is gross.
I know. I don't want people to think I'm being mean. That's why I put his name up there, because I'm like, don't you guys come for me. His literal name is gross.
Jeez. They do look like they're young enough to be sisters, like an aunt. Yeah, I can see that. It probably is one of them. That's why I was saying maybe the one on the left.
Well, that's why too I wanted to put all the ladies all next to each other in a row so we can see the familial resemblances and see if they're all from the mom side. So oh, Lisa, you want to come up on panel? Yeah. I'm trying to think. um, Send me an email, Lisa, and I will send you the link, because I don't want anybody like our friend Rob Thomas to come up on panel. I don't want to deal with Rob tonight. I'd rather not.
No, I'll take a pass.
Mom, and would you like to have Rob up here with us?
No, thanks. No, thanks. I've learned my lessons, okay? The last couple times I did, because I was used to having people where we would screen real quick, and I learned my lesson. Nope, I have to be able to email you and know it's you.
Isn't That's so funny. Oh my goodness. Yes. I mean, because we never know. And, obviously I know people who have wrenches are who they are, who they say they are.
Yeah.
Thank
Well,
you
there's
so much,
groups of
Holly S.
people. You know that there's groups of people, they look for lives and then they go on and then they show a package of private goods that nobody wants to see, or they say the N word or different things.
They show the family jewels right on the air.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what in the world? Nobody needs to see that. We
No.
did not ask for this.
Mm-mm.
We don't need to. That's a true crime right there.
It is. And we didn't ask to have one happen live on air.
Oh gosh, there's a girl called Boston Bridget on here, and I just love her. She cracks me up to no end. And she made a video, and she's drinking a Trulia, and then she's got her eyelashes are half on, half off, and it's in really dark lipstick, and it's red lipstick and not put on well, and it's just so funny. She's like, and these true crime people making up true crimes so they can solve them, and I'm like, that's so funny.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
I had to share that one. I was like, that's so hilarious,
Some people do. They do all kinds of things. It's definitely an interesting, you can see and watch anything you ever dreamed of. And sadly, that applies for some of the real sickos of this world, right?
Don't they have people sleeping on a live and you can watch them sleeping?
Yes, I was watching this one lady that had a good channel, like she was talking and showing different places to get like food, and drinks that aren't on the menu.
Oh,
And
I
then all of a
love
sudden
those.
she's doing these sleeping lives. And I'm like, look, we could all use, oh, the baby's getting up, I hear him, extra cash, but I'm not doing a sleeping thing. There's no way. There's no way. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna mute you while I give him his binky.
No worries, hon. Yeah, I will tell you, just my PTSD would not allow for that. I cannot. That is way creepy for me to think that anybody in the whole entire world is watching me sleep. I couldn't sleep. You guys would
Yeah,
watch me
no
toss
way.
and turn. I'd be tossing and turning the whole time. I think that's dangerous as well in this climate.
Just a little.
Yeah, because you're letting everybody know when you're at your most vulnerable, when you're sleeping. I mean, I would imagine you're in full REM sleep at that point, which I don't know how you would be able to do that. So, oh yes, my email is ladyfreedomsrawnarratives@gmail.com. Just no apostrophe, so the channel name and then at gmail.com. No, Kiki, you just have to make sure, whoever you let up, because if you just put the link in the chat, then anybody that's in the chat can click the link. So that's all. You just don't want to put it directly in the chat. I mean, unless you want people from the chat to be able to click it. Some people don't mind that, It probably makes the show kind of interesting if you have, whatever, but I guess you could also deny somebody coming up. Hey, Adam Forever 21. Oh, okay, I got you, Lisa. Hold on a second. Let me get you this link. Hold on, invite. All right, 1 second, guys. Okie dokie. And then I will just see you when you're in the back, Lisa. Oh, Chi Chores just subbed up to Kiki. Yay, that's awesome. You had a doctor named Gross in Michigan, huh, Miss Ann? That's interesting. I've not heard the last name of that before. I have not. I have not. Oh, ASMR videos are awesome for PTSD. That's cool. And I'm Forever 21. I do the guided meditation too sometimes for sleep. All right, I'm gonna put this this next clip up, and then we might have Lisa B come up. Or well, you know, we are, but in between.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So this one's like 5 minutes long, but.
It's been 3 days of unanswered questions. Where is 10-year-old Jayden Spicer? What happened to him? And is there hope that he's still alive?
My honest to God opinion is something's happened to that child, and it's broke my heart because somebody would have found something by now. Yeah, I'm praying for the Lord to show us, you know, he's okay or to find him, but in my mind, it's just a recovery.
The blonde-haired, blue-eyed 10-year-old was last seen around 9 p.m. on August 5th wearing blue Sonic the Hedgehog pajamas. He reportedly went missing from his home in the area of Panbull Branch Road in Jackson either overnight or in the early hours of Wednesday morning.
Upon arrival of units on scene, they immediately began a search of the immediate area, followed by a larger scale search that's been followed out in conjunction with Breathitt County Emergency Management, along with multiple search and rescue teams.
As day 3 of the search comes to a close, KSP says they've exhausted all resources at their disposal, and they've decided to expand the search beyond the area of Panbull Branch.
Unfortunately, we've not been able to locate a lot of evidence suggesting that he would be close by. So unfortunately, we're kind of at the same spot we were when we started the search.
KSP sent Fox 56 a picture of this note written by Jayden's mother asking for prayers for her family and her son. Tonight, the community came together at the Panbull Church to do just that.
I just hope and pray he's found. But I'm really afraid we're not going to find him.
We must continue hope, but unfortunately at this point, where we're at in the investigation, it's a race against the clock. We're essentially at kind of our last leg. We need to locate him immediately.
Anyone with information that may help in the search is encouraged to contact Kentucky State Police. They say they're taking all possibilities relating to his disappearance into consideration.
All right, people are also talking about the stepdad and know him personally and personal experiences that he had around children. One person here, Christina McIntosh, says, Riley Fike, not just the mom, the stepdad too. The stepdad used to be married to my not biological son's mother. He abused our son when he was 8 years old, choked him, etc., and body slammed him on the couch one night. We had to go to court to get an emergency protective order against the husband. Our son is now 24, but he still remembers everything. Whoa. So Mr. Cross here, Josh Cross, has been in trouble before as in reference to, doing things to children. What is up with this guy? All right, this is the public Facebook profile of Joshua Gross, the stepdad of Jayden Spicer. He was living in the same house as Jayden Spicer with Felicia Gross, a.k.a. Felicia Spicer, and he's the stepfather. You heard his voice speaking with Felicia, and this is his public Facebook profile. Now, the very first thing I notice here is he has a Facebook, hasn't posted anything since 2018, but has posted nothing about his stepson being missing. This is him right here, Joshua Gross, been in trouble with the law numerous times in the past. There has been accusations against him of doing things with another child. So it says here he's working for himself. Breathitt County High School, Campton, Kentucky, Jackson, Kentucky. A little bit about him. Where was he during that time, Tuesday night into Wednesday, or days before little Jaden was reported missing? Where was he? Where was he? Where was he? And how come he's not speaking out about his stepson being missing? How come he's not out there searching with all the volunteers, blood, sweat, and tears, volunteers out there risking their own life, going through the terrain, Panbull Branch Road, going through the wooded terrain, volunteers, EquiSearch, authorities, drones, canines? How come he's not out there? Looks like he's an able-bodied individual, right? Looks like he can He's physically fit and he could go out there and search. Why isn't he out there searching? My sources tell me he hasn't been out there searching. Doesn't speak about his stepson being missing. Here he is. Here's some photos of him. Where was he Tuesday night into Wednesday? So you got a look of him. And how come he's not going to the media? He wasn't shy. Him and Felicia wasn't shy about speaking to the media before about living right by where J.D. Vance used to live, but they can't go on the news now and plead for their son's return. It's
Hey, Lisa B. Always.
Hello. It's good
How
to
are
be
you?
here.
Yeah, we're glad to have you.
Well, I just wanted to point out that Samantha is the aunt on the left that Mama, which was the great grandma of Jaden, was living with prior to her death. And that's where Jaden and his sisters were living with Samantha. Samantha has daughters. She kept the sisters. She let Jaden go to Felicia's. Okay.
Oh.
And it's very different raising sons from daughters. And anyone that has had both at their home can tell you that little boys are very active and very difficult at different ages.
Yes, ma'am. I can kind of relate to that. Just not being a boy mom because I only have a girl, and I was always like, oh my gosh, if I have another child, I probably, because she was so good. Like, she followed the rules. I just had to tell her, you can't tell on people a lot because they'll think you're a tattletale, but that wasn't a bad thing, It's just like, don't be the teller,
Well, and my own mother, God bless her, she's 85 years old. She and my dad raised 5 daughters. And she did not know what to do when we came up with, we had 1 daughter and 4 sons. So here I am with all these grandsons, and she about go nuts. She could not understand little boy life. She just didn't get it. And I'm like, Mom, it's just a boy thing. You got to deal with it. And she just couldn't. And to this day, even with great grandsons, she still has a tough time with it. And there are some women that just cannot handle little boys.
They're so precocious, right? Like, and they like to fight with each other. Like, I don't know, when I babysat for my cousins, they would always they would just kind of go after each other, and I'd be like, you're gonna hurt each other, like, I mean.
Well, we had this rule at our house, and I told all my children this: if any of you hurts the other to the point that if I did that to you, I would get in trouble, there will be hell to pay. You cannot hurt each other and leave marks on each other.
Yes. Well, DFS gets called out for stuff like that too, when they're roughhousing and then a teacher sees, bruises, and rightfully so, they should call, even so, just to be sure. But I mean, yeah, like when there's boys in the house, it's like, I'm sure the teachers are kind of used to them coming to school sometimes, they got in a fight with each other or something,
Well, the boys will do things and they will have more adventure in their life, and they will do things on a dare and a whim. They just can't think beyond the actual action. They can't think about the consequences as easily as a girl can. It's what I have learned.
That's so interesting. I think you're right though, because they do say, like, scientifically that women will, girls mature faster in terms of, like, understanding how consequences will affect, the rest of their lives, or you know what I mean? Like they're and I think that's so well put, more adventurous.
Right. It's like my boys, I'd say if you're going to fight like that, you go outside. You are not going to destroy my home.
Right. Yes, and as moms we have like pretty things, right? Like knickknacks and things that we don't
Well,
want.
that's where the saying comes from. That's why we can't have nice things.
Yes.
So, I mean,
I've
I
heard
can
that.
remember one of my sons had taken the hose with one of those oscillating sprinklers on the end of it and was twirling it above his head, and it came down and hit another son's head and cut it was a scalp wound, and scalp wounds bleed
Oh,
like crazy. And he
yeah.
thought he had killed his brother. He ran off and hid. So I had one son bleeding from the scalp, and I had another son that we couldn't find.
Oh my goodness.
It was like, and then there's two more plus a daughter, and I'm like just going crazy. But this is the kind of thing that boys will do. And I'm like, did you not understand that that would be sharp, that that could hurt somebody? Well, it just thought it would get him wet. And I'm like, well, it would have gotten him wet sticking in the ground, dear.
Yes. Well, and that's the thing, it's not like they mean any, malice, true malice. It's just they didn't realize it. And, kids are still learning and stuff. But I think that's so interesting that when you say that, that, so it was in fact Samantha the aunt, because that's what we were thinking
Yes.
too.
Yes. And, it's been in some Facebook groups that I have read where, she kept the daughters that are, I believe, older than Jaden, but she did
Yeah.
not keep Jaden. And of course, Felicia has three sons with Joshua Gross. So there's a total of four sons there, and there's two daughters. Okay, so those kids are already split up. Mama was the great grandma. She had evidently one child, and that was all that was listed in the obituary, I believe. And ironically,
Oh.
her name was Lisa. And
The grandmother's
and
name's Lisa. Yes, yes.
yes, and we don't know where she's at. We don't know anything about her, as far as I can tell. And but there was evidently Felicia and Samantha, and then I believe the Shy is the wife of a brother, I believe, of Dart.
Oh, okay. I was wondering because she does not look like the other three, in my opinion. Just if I look at their facial features alone.
Right, the jawline is not the same. Whereas
Yeah.
on Mama and Samantha and Felicia, the jawline is wider. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, I see that too. I see that too.
And the forehead is wider also.
Yes, yes. I was thinking she's got to be like maybe a sister-in-law, or,
Right.
just maybe they, because you never know who's going to take after what side of what, who. So, you
Well,
know.
and I don't want to dog too much on Samantha, because if you're used to and you've only been a mother to, daughters, again, like my own mother, she didn't know how to handle a little boy, a very active little boy. They both said that. Shy and Samantha both said that.
True.
So, but, just to, not, and, evidently she did try to reach out. And the last time she actually spoke to Jaden was on July 3rd, which Bullhorn Betty, BHB, says, there again, that's kind of like reminiscent of the gal that, of Crystal Rogers, I believe it was, in Bardstown,
Mm.
Kentucky, went missing right after right at 4th of July. And, that was the last time that Samantha had spoken to Jaden, was 3rd of July, right before 4th of July. Okay. And then she had evidently attempted to speak to him about the Saturday before he was declared missing. And Felicia would not allow Samantha to speak to him.
Okay. Well, that's a big red flag.
Yeah, so this child, for proof of life, they're not saying he was seen anywhere or talked to anyone beyond what was going on in that house since 3rd of July. Nothing has come out that he,
Wow.
and supposedly Felicia hits up the McDonald's on a daily basis, and now she's already, she got basically, her feet were held to the fire in the McDonald's drive-through, evidently, and there were people that were upset with her. So now she's hitting the Wendy's.
Okay, I kind of missed that. I'm so glad you said that because I kind of missed that in Justin's, and I was like, people keep saying Wendy's, Wendy's, and I was like, what is that? And I thought maybe that's where she worked or something, but I don't want to say anything because, oh, that's so interesting, Lisa. I'm glad you came up. So yeah, because I mean, when you're used to seeing someone every single day, I mean, and then you're like, what are you doing over here when you should be looking for your son, kind of a thing.
Exactly. And of course, this is all alleged and it's all from the Facebook groups and that. But the
Yeah.
people in Appalachia, in my opinion, want this solved. They want Jaden found and they want people held accountable.
Yeah, I don't blame them one bit. I mean, look at how precious he is.
I look at those little hands up, knotted up like that, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that is a nervous child.
I agree. And do you know when this picture was maybe allegedly taken? Because I was wondering about it. Looks like it's by their house, is why I'm asking, because it just seems like kind of around their area.
I have no idea. What I find very disturbing is that the aunts do not have any pictures on their phones to say, this is Jaden. I mean, look at
Oh,
Seth Rogers. He wore his son every time he was in front of cameras. He wore his son on his shirt
yes.
and he wore his heart on his sleeve. The man was not afraid to cry and say, I want my son back. I want my son. He is my heart.
I
He's a,
agree.
and I do not see that from this family.
I don't either. And like you said, I'm trying not to go too hard, and I'm glad that you're putting into perspective too, because you're right. I mean, he could have been a lot for them. They were overwhelmed. They didn't know how to handle the situation. I mean, just losing a family member is tough too, so it's important to look at all of that. But I agree with you with Seth. I mean, he didn't care as long as people understood. And honestly, the more heartfelt, I hate to say it, but, you know, it is, the more believable it is. So, I mean, that's what you really want. So people will get involved.
Right. And, for the mother to not come out and say, this is my son. Please help. Have you seen him? Nothing except for this letter. Do the right thing. Excuse me. Do the right thing, Felicia, in my
Exactly.
opinion.
Yes, ma'am. And that's where I'm stuck with this because was she projecting and because otherwise I'm thinking, okay, you think somebody has him and you're saying do the right thing, but it's almost like she's telling herself to do the right thing, because I mean, if you were with them, and I don't believe that they all went to bed at 9 o'clock. I just don't.
No, I don't think so either. Excuse me. Um, Evidently, Joshua is known to be very controlling, like a
Mm,
Chris Proudfoot kind of guy, from what was in Justin's chat, supposedly, and allegedly. I have to say that.
sure.
And allegedly, he would, like, if he would leave to go to the store or go get gas or something, he would take Felicia's phone with him.
Wow, really?
Yeah, so we're talking major control issues here.
Well, in his Facebook, I mean, it looks like he hasn't been on there since 2018, is what JLR said. But like it still says he's single, and then it's a huge red flag when the first thing I read is he's a manager at working for himself. I'm like, oh, if that's not, I'm not trying to be hateful, but a loser's Facebook page, I don't know what it is.
Well, that's like saying, works at none your business.
Exactly. Or works at doesn't really have a job.
But allegedly, Joshua's family has money in that area, that they own a business, like a lumber yard or something like that.
Okay.
And that came up in Justin's chat also. So I'm like, wow.
So maybe he kind of works just for the family and they pay him. to work
Yeah,
there.
maybe allegedly, maybe he does installation or framing or something like that.
Yeah, he
Whatever.
was wearing a Carhartt.
Maybe an independent contractor kind of guy, that I don't have to report all my income so I can get as much federal assistance as possible kind of guy.
Yes, it makes me wonder, especially with all the kids. But then also, the post that was shared too, like it says, that he abused an 8-year-old. And trigger warning, guys, he allegedly choked this child, body slammed him onto the couch, and there was an emergency protective order put in place. And then, this child is now a 24-year-old man. And he still remembers everything, because it was so traumatic. I mean, that had to have been scary for him as a 8-year-old.
Right, right. So, but I just wanted to clarify that, you know, I don't, the only thing that I would say about Samantha, if she couldn't handle being a boy mom, that's one thing, you know, but she obviously was trying to check in with Felicia. You cannot make somebody make a child available to you when they are not in your custody.
Right, right.
And a phone call every 2 or 3 weeks. I mean, if that's all she could do, then you just don't know how often she tried to contact Felicia, or if she would felt welcome checking on him, like going over and seeing him. It could be she was told she was not welcome there.
Well, that's
And
true.
we don't know that, but I do fault them on not having pictures of Jaden and saying, this is Jaden, this was taken, such and such a date, this is the last proof of life we have, whatever. I do
Yeah.
have some problems with that. And I think if they had had pictures of Jaden that they could have shown, that would have been a very appropriate time to do it when they're being interviewed for TV.
Oh, absolutely. Well, and it's just and maybe it's just me because I watch these cases and stuff, but like the minute that you realize that they won't let you talk to the child, I don't know how far they live, but I would have been over there seeing, just to make sure.
Well, and did anyone put in a welfare call? No, I don't mean to CPS, but just to make sure this child is okay. Were the hairs on their necks standing up when they were not allowed to speak to him?
Mine would be. I just know that for sure, and that's such a great question because I would be so worried, especially because of her history. And I'm not trying to say that somebody couldn't turn themselves around and that she didn't, mature or something like that. I'm just saying that, oh gosh, I mean, that would be my first red flag. Like just thinking, what do you mean I can't talk to him? Where is he?
Right. Or, don't make me call the sheriff and have a welfare check done on this child. That would be out of my mouth because I'm just one of those people that will just say it. No filter here.
I love it though. No, I love that because that's the thing, I mean, especially because, okay, yeah, okay, so he can't talk today. Well, what about tomorrow? Or like, was there a follow up done? Was there, and I get that life is busy and stuff. And, again, this is, Felicia's biological son, but boy, it's just, it would me too. I would react the same way. I would.
Yeah. And, obviously there was a reason Mama, the great grandmother, had custody. There was a reason she had custody, and it had
100%.
not been turned over sooner.
I agree with that, and that's the whole issue that I'm having right now is that there's some kind of a disconnect there where what led them to believe that you know Jaden would be safe now with his mother when he hasn't been in the past. Um,
And we all know that it does put a child at risk to have a non-biological parent in the home, meaning a step. It doesn't mean all steps are that way, but that does put that child at higher risk. Everybody knows that. It's just a statistical fact.
Absolutely. And and I agree. I can't deny that, especially all of the cases that we've kind of covered, as of late and things like that. It's and it does make me wonder, especially with this guy's history. I mean, and again, guys, I'm sorry for the shirtless pictures on his Facebook, but
That's what
because
was important to him. That's what he
bar
put there.
exact. Well, and see, that's the thing, when I hear you say, well, he takes Felicia's phone when he leaves, it's like, well, maybe it's because he's doing, it doesn't necessarily mean she's untrustworthy. It may be because he knows he's untrustworthy and he's projecting, because a lot of times people will accuse others of cheating when they're the ones doing it.
Right. Well, and this was, like I said, alleged in a chat, in a Facebook chat. So we don't know if that's true, but it does appear that he does have control issues, in my opinion. We're just
Yeah,
trying to
because that
cover our
is.
bases here.
Yeah, well, no, you're absolutely right, but I mean, it's like you were saying before, these people really want Jaden to be found, and so they're kind of leaking out little bits of information that maybe they've heard, or but I do appreciate you making sure it's know that it's alleged.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just trying to cover my backside and yours, Miss Lady Freedom.
Lisa, I appreciate you so much. Yeah, no, and I appreciate you kind of giving me a better timeline, because I was going around, looking at videos, and then I saw Justin was live. Oh, I'll go look and see what Justin says, and just kind of trying to pull in as much info as I could, because I really wanted to make sure that I was able to cover, kind of all the updates coming in.
Right, right. Well, and that's just what I picked up from Justin's chat. And people were saying 7 kids, 8 kids. Felicia had this many, but it
Oh,
appears that she had 2 daughters and a son before she got together with Joshua. And those 3, the 2 daughters and Jaden, were with Mama. And then she got together with Joshua Gross and had 3 more sons. Is what it appears. I haven't been able to confirm any of that.
so those were the 3 that were in the video, where they were talking about JD Vance.
Yes, yes.
Okay, because I was wondering if he was one of the kids. So I'm glad you clarified that. Hey, Faye. Yeah, I'm glad you, because yeah, I was wondering, like, because they showed the 3 kids and none of them looked like
None of them
Joshua,
were
or excuse me,
blonde. They were all
none of them looked
dark
like Jaden.
haired. They
Yeah,
were all
they were
dark
all,
haired.
yes, they all had dark, exactly. And I was thinking, well, you know how kids' hair can change, but usually it goes, from light to dark, not the other way around. So I'm thinking, I don't think any of those kids is Jaden.
Yeah, well, it appears that Jaden's mother is a baby making machine.
Fertile Myrtle over there. I was thinking the same thing, and I'm thinking, if you don't want to, if especially, I don't know, when
Well,
you, because what about
who am
the
I
other
to
kids'
say?
feelings? Like, I just feel bad for the girls in Jaden if she went off and, like, kind of started a whole new life. It sounds like.
Well, and who am I to say? I had 5 kids. Of course, they were with my husband, and we've been married for 46 years now, and
Oh, oh my
and
goodness.
we have 8 grandchildren, and
Oh,
so, but the thing is, one baby daddy, married to him the whole time, not a problem. And when you talk about you were
yes.
with your daughter's father from the time you were 16, well, I met my husband when we were in high school. We were high school sweethearts. So,
Aw. Oh my goodness. That is just, I mean, I always think that is so awesome, because, it takes a lot of work, and then especially adding 5 kids. I mean, um, it is. It's, you know, very
well,
rare,
and
I
we
think,
moved
too.
around a lot. He was in the service when we were first married, so we lived all over the
Oh,
country. We had no family support. My only support came from church. And I will say this, I have said that to many people. If you are a military wife, get involved with the church, because that can be such a lifesaver to you. You make friends. We do mom's Bible study. The kids play together. They make friends. It is such a lifeline, especially if your husband gets sent overseas for an extended period of time, because
Yes.
you rely on each other. And it's such a huge thing. And like I said, the women need to stick together when it comes to times like that. And my husband was
Yes.
not deployed during a wartime, but he did get sent to Korea for a year, and that was really tough.
Oh yeah, just them being gone. But I mean, Korea is not the kindest place to be stationed, in my opinion. Um,
Well, I think they say it's on the 38th parallel, which is about the same as the United States. So the weather changes like as much as it does here and that kind of thing. But we
oh,
didn't have email, and we couldn't just make a phone call. There were no cell phones back then. We would send cassette tapes back and forth where the kids would talk to their daddy, and in a microphone and that, and then he'd send cassette tapes back. And that that was as close as it got. You couldn't have a phone call. That was an overseas phone call. That was not happening.
wow, that's really awesome though that you guys figured out a way, to communicate.
Well, you do what you have to do with what you're given, and
True.
that's important. And
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make some sense of this. Why Samantha would have given up Jaden to Felicia, and I'm just trying to see all sides. I'm trying to give her some grace. At the same time, we have a missing child here.
Right. My thoughts exactly. I mean, I'm just wondering the why. Yeah, why would she? And then why did she feel like it was okay now? Like, had Felicia been sober for 3 or 4 months, and she really was trying to give her a little bit of
You don't do that with a child's life, though. You do not do
I
that.
know,
You
you're
do
right,
not give
Lisa.
another person grace on their addiction with a child's life. It just does not work like that. No, that is not proving anything. I would not suggest that any of my adult children get involved with somebody that has an addiction issue. Oh, well, they've been clean for 4 months or 3 months or 6 months. No, prove it.
Right.
You do not put your child's life, another adult's life, at risk. Give them that much grace with somebody with addiction issues. No, you do not.
And
It's
I
like,
really do think that that is a big element here, not to, like put
right.
something on somebody that isn't true. But I really see it, even in her face, um, in the mugshot, you could kind of tell like something was going on at that point. Um, and again, I don't know when that was actually from, but you're no, and
Right.
you're absolutely right. There's no, because you're not, it's not like you get a second chance. It's not a video game, it's not like you get a second chance to say, okay, well, Jaden's coming back, she messed up, and he has his life back. It doesn't work that way.
No, it's not, oh, if I get to this point, we get a free life out of it. No, we don't do that.
Exactly.
It's a child's life. And they're like little sponges. You have one chance to raise them the right way and give them love. You have one chance at it. And if you're given a second one like Felicia was, I'm sorry, fail. I give her an F. And that's
Oh,
my
big
opinion.
time. Oh, I agree. I agree. I mean, that's the thing too. You would think she would really cherish having him back, but I don't see that. I don't. Something is just not right. And then to wait until 9:30, because if it was in fact the first day of school, um, and they went to go wake him up, say at the latest 7 o'clock, that's still 2.5 hours before they reported him missing.
Right. I mean, and it was a new school, and he wasn't at the open house, but she was
Okay.
there to collect vouchers for him, school vouchers
Oh,
for supplies and clothing. You betcha, she was there to collect them for her kids and for him.
so that's why none of the kids. Okay, because I mean, I don't know. I only had one daughter, but like we went to the open house and the kids were always there. You like she would go, to orientation. She'd be there.
Right. Well,
So
where we
wow.
are, the kids have the open houses where they drop off their, you know, the school supplies. Like we take our grandkids shopping for school supplies, and they have to
Yeah.
have like 2 containers of Clorox wipes, 3 boxes of Kleenex, and a big bottle of hand sanitizer. Well, you can't fit all that in a backpack with all the other stuff. So you drop that stuff off on that night, and they meet the teacher and everything at the open house. But,
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense because we didn't have to do all that. I mean, we had to do the Kleenex and the crayons and but
right.
the hand sanitizers and stuff, that makes a lot of sense that they would do it like that.
Well, and that's just, I just think about that. I feel so blessed that we are in a place in our life that we can do that with our grandchildren and be in their lives like that. And even if it's
Yes.
just taking them shopping for school supplies and things, I just feel like, yeah, and I told them in the car that was this last weekend. I said, "Do you guys understand why we do this?" And they're like, "Because you love us." And I said, "Yes, and you know what? Because we love you, we believe in you, and we believe your education is the most important thing we can help you with right now."
Oh,
You know,
amen. It's always so exciting the back to school time. Like it's exciting. It should be a fun experience. Like you said, just you get to pick out a backpack, you get to pick out your folders, what colors, and you get to, it is, and it's so important for them to have that, and to feel confident on the first day.
right. And this is I have my grandparents back. I have my parents back. I have my grandparents back. They're
Hmm.
backing me. They believe in me, and that's something that's important. And for that little boy to not be there at that open house, that's huge.
I
That's huge.
agree. Well, that's why I wrote it in the chat, and then it was kind of moving fast and I was in the middle of stuff, but I was like, "Wait, let me get this straight." So she only showed up at the open house and Jaden wasn't there. Oh no.
Well,
And
and
then
I
there was
and
more.
nobody said if her other sons were there. Nobody said if her other sons were there.
Yeah.
So
That would
I
be even
don't
worse
know.
if she only brought her 3 kids and not Jaden. Oh man, and then to get the vouchers. So that, oh boy.
Right. And so we don't know that, but the person that wrote to Justin was talking about that Jaden was not there and he should have been there because they had a child that was like a year older and going to that school also, and they couldn't understand why Jaden wasn't there, but Felicia was there to collect his school vouchers. So whatever.
Oh boy, that is just and that just kind of reminds me of like Kayla Montgomery still collecting, on Harmony, even though Harmony was gone already. I mean, for a long time. I mean,
Right, right. So anyway, but I just wanted to bring some perspective as a mom of multiple children, girl and boys, and
yes.
that kind of different attitude that girl moms can have when faced with a boy that's very active. And I don't know what Shy has as far as children, but obviously she has children, but she still talked about Jaden wanting to be constantly on the go. So, he obviously had a very close tie with his mama,
Yes. And that breaks my heart too.
and maybe she gave him tasks to do for her and things like that, and maybe he felt very useful, and maybe that kept him busy. Who knows?
Oh, that's such a
Just
good point, Lisa. Yeah. I mean, well, and just like how you encouraged your grandchildren, and you have that patience and things like that. Not everybody does have that. So it's not, and then you also have to applaud when you're, that you're overwhelmed, that you did something about it. But then again, I still have to wonder why she would give Jaden to Felicia.
Well, like I said, you don't take a chance on a child's life. You don't do
Mm-mm.
that. You just don't.
No, no. And you're so right. I mean, he may have had a whole different outlook on things, being with it, and he's used to being there, like, yeah, I don't know, I'm pretty sure he's lived with her for quite a while.
Right. So, I mean, and it could be that Mama was the only one that could keep tabs on him and control of him. And Samantha just, once Mama was gone, there was probably some acting out because he probably missed her.
Oh yes, oh yeah.
And Samantha just threw her hands up and told, whoever, I just can't handle this. I can't have this going on 100% of the time. I can't be his everything like Mama was. I can't do it. She might have just told the CPS people there that, and they felt that, going to his mother where there were three brothers, that, he would have we don't know what they were thinking. They obviously failed this child if they were not checking in to make sure everything was okay. And I mean, they being CPS, you know, so it's not Samantha's child, and we need to understand that she does not have that mother-son tie with that little boy. That's her nephew.
Very true.
And for her to say, I just can't handle it, I will give some grace, but like I said, I don't give any grace for where are the pictures of this little boy? Where are the pictures of this 10-year-old?
Yes, because this is the only, well, I've actually only seen one other one other than this one.
I saw one other one where he was wearing a red shirt
Yes.
that Justin had, and that was it.
Yes, that's where I saw the other one too. And I was thinking, does anybody know like his favorite color? I was assuming it might be like blue just because of Sonic and stuff. But I mean, those are the kinds of things that, you would think they would say some personal things about Jaden, but they never did. And again, it
They
could have been
said
edited out.
what he didn't like. They were very clear about what he didn't like, but they didn't say a single thing about what he did like. And we need to remember that.
Exactly. That is such a good point. I mean,
How well did they know this little boy?
It doesn't sound like they, and also no emotions, and that's odd. I mean, I'd be in tears if it was like my neighbor even, you know what I mean? I think that if you just knew him even a little bit, you'd be, I don't know.
Well, these are women that have had to overcome a lot, I would guess, in their situation.
Yeah.
So we don't know what they've been through. We don't know how hardened they are and how outraged they are. And maybe they're more angry with Mama and stepdaddy, not Mama, but the mama,
Yeah.
Felicia and stepdaddy, than they are, maybe they're just so angry at those two that they can't get to the point of feeling the sorrow yet that there is something very wrong here. But at least they are speaking out, which is more than the mother is doing, let's face it.
Very true. And they say that it's not, that the math isn't mathing too. Like they're like, it's just not adding up. It's weird. It's, something isn't right.
Right. So,
And
I
that's big
mean,
for someone to come out and say that, especially when it's, because nobody likes to talk bad about their own family. We stick up for our family most of the time. And, but it's hard when it's a situation like this. You're like, okay, the kids, the kid is who matters, not really our situation.
Exactly. And, it could be that, like I said, that they've had, that they're a little more hardened because they're so disgusted with Felicia.
Very true.
How do you lose a 10-year-old boy?
Oh my gosh. And then the night thing, and that's another thing that they were very adamant about bringing up, especially Samantha. Yeah, saying, look, this doesn't make sense because he wouldn't just like go out in the middle of the night because he doesn't like bugs. He doesn't like the dark. And oh, I think it was Shy that brought up he doesn't like the dark.
Well, and, we just have to give them kudos for knowing that much about him.
I agree, or sharing anything because yeah, when they refuse to share, it's like, well, how do you expect people to go out and look then?
So, it's obviously a dangerous terrain for a child alone. And I don't believe one bit, in my opinion, I do not believe one bit that he went out the night before school started and ran away. I do not believe that at all.
No. Mm-mm. No. It's just really odd timing, and especially that he wasn't at the, open house. That is like a serious red flag. And then it makes you just wonder, when was the last time someone saw Jaden?
Yeah, and do and that's okay, so we're talking about 4 children in that small little trailer, and I have to think that the brothers know something, and if there are not forensic psychologists talking to the other boys, that they're doing something wrong in this case because they have to know the last time they saw Jaden.
I agree. And they would have to know more about, what's happened to him too. I mean, because I don't know because that home is not large. I mean, usually a trailer that size is probably at the most 3 bedrooms.
Very tiny bedrooms, I might add.
Yeah. So, I mean, somebody would have known, they would have been sharing spaces. And so somebody would have known I would think that if he got up in the middle of the night, you know, because yeah, 4 boys, I could see if it was in fact a 3 bedroom, it would be 2 and 2, and then the parents.
Right.
I'm guessing.
That's what I would guess also. So, and we had a 4-bedroom home with our 5 kids. Our daughter had her room, and then we had 2 boys in one bedroom and 2 boys in another bedroom, and my husband and I had a bedroom.
Yes, and that's
So,
it's so important, especially like even in a blended family situation, to make sure that that the girls and the boys are separated, and things like that. I mean, I think it goes without saying why, but it's just, yeah.
right, exactly. But we're talking about this would be a very big deal to the other boys in the house to have a brother brought in recently and have
Yes.
everything all disrupted. We need to recognize that too. And were those boys upset about this because all of a sudden this is an older brother brought in? Did they gang up on him? You know, were they given a
Yes.
green light by their dad? Was he not protected by his mother? Did she decide he was going to need to toughen up to be around the other boys? We don't know. We don't know anything. There's so many factors in this.
I mean, I think those are all great points though, because those are scenarios that would definitely be, in my opinion, like a probable, reason, everything's possible, but really more probable that something could have, because yeah, we have to think about the other kids and how they felt too. And then especially if dad solves every problem he has, it sounds like in a violent manner, that's also a big, red flag.
Well, and children learn what they live.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And that's their role model is this guy,
Yes, Mr. I am wonderful without a shirt on. Yes.
Oh my goodness. I meant to tell you guys, trigger warning of the shirtless guy over here. But the only reason I think that people would put some kind of a scantily clad photo up like that might be because he's trying to attract, other women. I'm not trying to say that that's, it's all alleged in my opinion, but I mean, I always just wonder that when you're married to somebody but your Facebook profile says single, I'm like, okay,
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Okay.
shirtless pictures.
But, we have to look at this. Okay. This is 2025, and this was from 2018, 2017.
Yes.
So,
So I think the last activity was in 2018. So he hasn't really used this profile in a while. Well, so to speak. Like he hasn't posted anything.
right. Right. So, anyway, but I think I need to get off of here now. I just wanted to
Yeah,
bring
I'm glad you
a
were
little
here,
bit of
Lisa.
perspective in.
Yeah, I appreciate it so much because I was also in Justin's, but I was taking notes and I was, it was just like, I couldn't keep up with everything that was going on. And I really appreciate you coming up and giving your perspective because it is different. And all of the, information that you've given has been really informative and just kind of helped us to understand what's going on more because we really don't know.
Right. We don't know a lot, and that's the problem. And we need more light put on this. And the fact that there are no public searches going on, huge, huge, where they've told the public stay away.
I know. And they shut everything off too. Like
Yeah,
they mean business. They're like, no, nobody's coming through here.
right. Oh, but let's let Felicia go get her drive-through McDonald's.
Oh man. And then, then she
Did
switches
she
to
say
Wendy's.
once, was there ever a thing where she's like, I'm getting hamburgers for all the searchers. I'm going to go do this. I'm going to, I'm going to go buy water. Have we heard anything like that?
Well, and that's what makes me wonder too. You're so right. I'm glad you brought that up too, because like I was wondering that about his family having money. How come they're not, organizing more? Because obviously, if when you don't have the means, then it's understandable, some of the things that if you can't afford it. But knowing that his family is, has money, then what's up with that too?
Right, right.
Well, the trailer showed that they didn't, I don't know how much money they would give him. The windows
Oh
and the,
yeah, that's a good point.
So, yeah, I mean, there's just so many factors here. But anyway, I'm just going to say it's been great, and I've been glad to share with y'all, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
Of course, Lisa, anytime. Thank you so much for coming up.
Okay,
Have a good night.
you too.
Bye-bye.
hi, Lisa. One day I'll have to get a chance to talk to her, but I didn't want to butt in because she came in hot and I wanted to let her talk.
Excuse me,
I
that's
was like,
horrible. I just coughed so bad. That's so funny. No,
because I know
you're
what
so
that's
right,
like when you
Robin.
have all this information and and you want to just get it out and be able to tell everybody what you're gathering.
Yes, I'm so grateful too because I mean it just puts it into perspective. I was really wanting to know like if are these the ants that were directly involved.
I knew. I was like, didn't I guessed it was the one on the left? I had an idea because of the way she was acting. For me, I guess I'm very different when it, like, I know most people do not agree with me, and that's fine. I never can understand like not loving and attaching, because that's just how I've been around it my whole life. So that's why I'm more critical, I think. It's a personal thing. It's definitely a me thing. Where I don't
No,
get
I
it. I'm
get
like, how
that.
could you live with him and not care? I don't get it. Like, I don't know.
No, I agree with that too though. I think it's like important to understand where Samantha's, mentality was or the mindset or how close she actually was. Like Lisa was saying, I mean, is this just like You know, because I mean, obviously they were all living together, but you know, was their relationship close, or was he just mainly, you know, mama's kid, and you know that was his? Because you know how some kids will attach to one adult or the other type of a thing, you know.
Oh, yeah. Well, what we did know though is that he wasn't with the mom, right? Because she had all these charges. So he must not, I don't think he was with her very much, the biological mom.
I don't think so either. I think he probably was with his mama for probably. I mean, I'm if I could take a wild guess, he was probably given to her whenever he was born addicted. I would think, because usually they take the baby if
Yeah.
they're born addicted, you know, or fetal alcohol syndrome or something like that.
Yeah. I don't know. It was just heartbreaking because I was like, wow, like, so he lost his mama and then he goes to his, bio mom and he has all these siblings and a stepdad and they're all boys. I mean, I can't imagine. It makes me think that what if he did take off with somebody, even though that's not what it looks like.
Well, mom, and that's such a great point too, because if we look at it from Jaden's perspective, and he's growing up with all of these girls in the household, and then he goes to a household that's mainly males, it might, you know, he might have some issues adjusting or fitting in with all the boys. And like Lisa was saying too, I mean, those are valid points.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait to hear more about what's going on with it because there's so many speculations and so many things, and there's nobody coming out and just telling us. And that's what I think is maddening. How do you not? I just don't get that. I can't imagine. I mean, yes, it's great that the aunts came out and talked, but I almost feel like they got ahead of it because they knew it wouldn't look good because the vigil was that night.
Oh, right. Yeah, that was the night of the vigil. Yes, yes, yes. I do remember that too.
I mean, I just like personally what we experienced with the media, and how the media was when we lost my mother-in-law, and it was very high profile, M&S situation. They followed me everywhere. They didn't care that her grandson, my son, was only like a little boy. I think he was 9 or 10, and it was 2015, so he's like 10. And they followed us all over. Like I finally gave them an interview when we were at the diner just to make it stop.
Yeah, because they
So
could be ruthless. Yeah.
it
Oh
was
yeah. The media.
unbelievable. I'm like, my son
Yeah.
is grieving, like overwhelmingly grieving because of how close he was with his grandma. And we learned about it on the news driving home with the radio on. So it was a horrible thing. Not that it never is, it's always horrible to lose a loved one, but they were ruthless. So that's where my mind goes when I see all these people and it's just silence. How?
Mm-hmm.
Because I know that's not, and when people are like, oh, JLR is always in people's faces. But that's how the media is. Okay, I
He
lived
really
it.
got a lot of information here, though. I could not play
Yeah.
him because I'm like he really got, and it was like it was so concise that I was like, well, you know, I mean, he was able to kind of find a, you know, like a montage of the mug shots and stuff and just show different, you know, like patterns of behavior in really quickly. And so I'm really grateful for it too, because you know, yeah, it's just you have to almost kind of be pushy. It reminds me of like Crime Watch Daily with Anna Garcia, and she's like, hey, I'm Anna Garcia with Crime Watch Daily, can you tell me, you know, and she's very high energy, and you know what I mean, like you almost have to be that way. I don't know that I could be
Mm-hmm.
on location like they are like that.
Oh,
You
I
know what I'm
could. I love
saying?
it. I love it. If I didn't have the kids, that's what I'd be doing. That's my thing. I love, that. I love the
I'd ride
research.
with
I
you.
love the, I'd
I'd
be
ride
taking
with
it
you,
with
mom,
me,
and I could be your getaway driver. No, I'm
right?
just kidding.
My husband's great about that though. He's always reminding me, like when I want to take a girls trip or if I need a weekend. I'm thankful for that. Because I know a lot of my friends, and it's not that it's unhealthy. They're just their husbands they wouldn't know what to do. But my husband's really great with the kids. So I could
Yeah,
still
we
get
got to
away
do
here and
that.
there.
Yeah, we do. We totally got to do that. That would be so much fun. I really want to do Crime Con when it comes to Florida.
It's
Because I
next
know that
year, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to be in Florida next year. So I would just love to go. I've never been. As a matter of fact, I was weirded out by the whole idea of it until I realized it was more about advocacy and, education and that
Oh
sort of
yeah.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was telling you about Emily D. Baker. She was a lawyer. She still is a lawyer. And she spoke at the Crime Con last year, and I've been binge watching her. I would love to
Cool.
go. But I mean, Faye, I agree because that is what I've been thinking. And I don't really, sometimes I withhold my mouth, a little bit before projecting my opinion. But I agree with you that I can't help but wonder, like, when do we really know he was here? Because to me, the family's all giving me not good vibes. Like, I just don't understand the silence. I don't understand the lack of calling out for him, talking about him, empathy for him. I don't like it.
Yeah. Well, and it's just like, I mean, it's just unfortunate, I think, that we have this child that seems to just been bounced around right after such a traumatic event. Like, I can't imagine losing, you know, my mother. Essentially, that's how it sounds like, the grandma was his mama. And, for him to lose her and then to be bounced around and then to be in an environment where you have two people who have been, in trouble for abusing children. It's like I just can't imagine how scared he must have been and just, I, I don't know. It's so absolutely devastating in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's really important that they come out and be more specific with when they know for a fact, like on camera, that's been verifiable from a third party that's not involved with the family directly. When the
Oh
last
yeah.
time he was seen. I agree with Faye. In town chat, I think it was
Yes,
the
me too.
mom, right?
Um I guess the mom, that's what I'm thinking.
I'm
Yeah,
assuming, but I don't know if they ever said who saw him.
I don't know. I would like to see proof of life, like you were saying, Faye, I read that comment too. I mean, I do. I think that that's an order just to establish a timeline because look, he could have been missing for a while now. And that's what I kind of came to the conclusion uh, of, kind of watching everything today. I'm like, it just really seems like he may have been missing longer than this, especially when I hear he didn't show up to the open house.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was like wondering, when I watched it again, when you played it the last time, because I did watch it a couple times last on Friday, with the ants. And I'm just like, the only time that it would seem justifiable to me is if it had been some time, you know?
Right.
And
And like,
now
when was
just
the last
since
time the
mama,
neighbors saw him, or when was the last time a third party witness actually saw him? Like Town Chat saying, like, it does look like it's rural, like maybe the next, house might not be right next door. I mean, I didn't see any other houses. It was just a trailer on the property. So I don't know how many houses are actually on that road.
no, Lisa, don't apologize. I didn't mean it in that way. I wanted to listen to everything that you said and I enjoyed it. I like hearing other perspectives.
Yeah, no, Lisa had it going on. I'm telling you, Lisa had it going on. Well, because again, she was listening it for other things, and I wasn't catching because, like, I did ask at one point. I was like, "Does anybody know if the ants are the ladies that had Jaden?" And she might have even said something in the chat, but I was, um, there was all kinds of stuff going on, and I was like really excited for the update. Um,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, because we do need to know more information, you know. Lisa B says I always have an opinion with no filter.
I know, I get myself in trouble that way too. I'm trying very hard. That's why I'm like, I didn't want to say it, but since you said it.
Well, yeah, really well put. And I think like it's so nice to hear like someone who is more straightforward and things like that, like us, Mama, because it's good.
Yeah.
But Kiki's the same way. She's no nonsense type of lady, and but we kind of have to be that way when we're thinking of the kids, right? Because we want.
Yes.
We're standing up for them. They're the ones that I don't care about hurting an
And
adult's feelings when it's a kid involved. I
and life
really
made it this way on all of us. I think that's what's different. It's not that any mom isn't as strong, but some of us have had to walk on fire and nails and glass, so to speak, you know? And it just
oh
makes
yeah.
us really tough when it comes to certain things. It's like, no, I'm sorry. There's no victim here but the child. And it has to be that way because, God, I mean, somebody has to.
Exactly. Well, and it's just strange too because like I said, it's dwindling down now with information where it's like, okay, now that we know that there's, really bad parents involved, and then that there's, this element that he just lost his main caregiver and then given back to his mom. It doesn't look good, for what may have happened here. And especially when, I mean, they're refusing to come out and talk, but they would talk to the news about JD Vance, and I hate to harp on that, but I mean,
That,
I
that's what I
agree
was
with JLR,
asking.
and I don't agree with JLR and everything. Don't get me wrong. I just think he did a great job here, and I wanted to share it. And but I mean, heck, he says something like I'll play the clip here in a couple of seconds or a couple minutes here, but it's funny because he says, Felicia and Joshua gross, something is going on here, it's gross or something, and I was
Yeah.
laughing so hard. I'm like, you're right. He's right though. I mean, I can't argue with it.
Well, that's the thing. I think, just as creators, sometimes we're going to have differing opinions and different ways of handling situations, right? But even if we may not like one thing, it doesn't mean that we can't give credit where it's due.
Oh,
And
absolutely. Well, and mom, and it's funny because I think he was the first one to get the handwritten note from Felicia. Am I right?
first one to put it out. Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, he got the scoop. He got the
Hmm.
scoop. Um,
You
you
have to
know.
have somebody that's dedicated, You have to be checking every day, you have to know all the different sources. Like if I didn't live here, I wouldn't have found any of that stuff because I wouldn't have been seeing it in the news, right? Because I wouldn't know where to look. So for
Yeah.
him, he has really good people. I think his girlfriend and himself, he's got his people that call and he trusts, and it's important. And it
Well,
helps
he'll go on
substantially.
location, like to anywhere.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh my god.
it helps a lot. It really does. Because I mean, we all know how I found out how hard it is to be wrong.
Well, and you never know who is going to want to talk to you. Like there might be people out there that would prefer to talk to one creator over another one, and I never get mad or take that personal. I mean, it's like or and two, I don't really reach out to people. I just kind of figure out like what's going on myself, so I'm kind of more of a catcher than um anything. So it's like but yeah, I'm really thankful for people that are willing to go out there and try to find the truth, because I think you know I don't think he has like a biased perspective, and I respect that as well. I think he's just basically reporting on what he sees.
Yeah. And that's what we should strive to be if we're trying to do independent investigative journalism, whether it's in true crime or anything, right? And
I
it's
agree.
hard because we always have our own biases, whether we realize it or not. So it's really hard to do, at least for
Well, hey,
me,
mom, and if I went into a house and there was, cockroaches and feces everywhere, I'd have to have a bias.
right?
Sometimes, you know what I mean? Like, I know that sounds horrible, but I mean, just right off the bat, right there, I would be completely, like, concerned, worried, grossed out. I wouldn't want to get back in my car until I stripped
Mm-mm.
down.
Mm-mm. And I just can't believe like there's nothing that I've seen at all or anybody emailed me about that shows where where the mom said anything, where she's talking. Nothing. Like there's nothing. Has anybody seen anything?
I think she just wrote the letter, and it really did look very elementary. Like, not to be rude to anybody's, not. I mean, there's people that didn't get afforded a good education and things, so I never want to ever, bash anybody and stuff. But it's like, it didn't. I don't know. I think it would take more effort to write the letter than it would be to just get out there and talk.
Well, that's why I think speculating and like a lot of the stuff that Faye has raised and town chat and stuff is healthy and somewhat warranted in this to the times. Are they all being honest? Where's the real factual information on that? Because it seems very sus. Some of this just seems really sus.
Oh, yes. And, and I mean, and Jaden deserves for people to ask these questions and talk about him, because he is just, as sweet as he can be. You could tell he's a cutie pie. And, I just feel like, he's been treated like a damn ping pong ball rather than a child. He has feelings too. You know what I mean?
Well, I hope he's found safely. I mean, the message that I got from the aunts and from the trooper were pretty grim.
I'll say. I mean, I agree there. And I do try to keep hope, but that's hard. When you hear these, all of this kind of put together, it's not looking good. I hate to jump to conclusions, but, well, hey, Mom, and I'm going to play this next clip. It's only 5 minutes, and then I have one more after that. But this is going to be a little bit more. And, guys, I think there's a couple of shirtless pictures in here. So,
oh, no.
Yeah, close your eyes when they come up. No,
Cover
don't look
your
directly
eyes.
into his abs.
Get
No.
the holy water. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, get the holy water. All right, here we go.
It's been days now. Today is Sunday. So we're talking into Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, over 4 days now since this little boy was reported missing. And there's still a lot of limited information. But who is this guy? What was going on inside that trailer? Did the boy run off, wander off, ran off because he couldn't take the step-parents or stepdad, mom, people, whoever else was in that house? We don't know who else was in that trailer there. We don't know who else was in the trailer. Panbowl Drive, Branch Drive, the trailer in Jackson. We don't know who else was in there. Or did they do something to the little boy? Hopefully, authorities are questioning him to a T. Authorities haven't said anything about them being suspects, so I want to make that perfectly clear. But the behaviors of how they're acting during this entire situation is very telling. If your child or stepchild or someone that was living in your house vanished in the middle of the night, you would probably be screaming on the top of mountains, where is my loved one? Where's my child? Because, he's the father. He plays the father role, right? He's in the house. Or did he not like the stepchild? Now, we heard recently that little Jaden just went back into Felicia and Josh's care. Or was Josh not even there at the time? And he just doesn't care. See, that's the thing, is we don't have a lot of information. But it gives you some insight on who the guy is that also lived under the same roof as little Jaden. And this guy here, Josh, does he have an alibi? Did he take a polygraph? Is he willing to take a polygraph? Is this a criminal investigation? Are we turning into a recovery of a little boy? Does he have trucks? What does he drive? Can people vouch for him? I haven't heard anyone vouch for none of the family members. Some of the family members are starting to call it out. Did this guy here, is he responsible in any way for the disappearance of this little boy? Look at him. How long has he been involved in Jaden's life? They're all living under the same roof, right? These are some old pics, but one thing, don't see nothing about him with Felicia, and I don't see nothing with him with this little boy. And apparently he has lots of children from different babies' moms, apparently, and I don't see any pictures of any children. What's up? He just doesn't care? Does he not care? Let me know what you think. This is his Facebook profile. It doesn't appear. Let's see. Spicer. Let's see. Oh, yeah, he's friends with a few of them. Spicers, right? And then there's probably lots of Grosses too, right? Because last name, Gross. Yeah, well, there you go. Why isn't the family out there in the news? Social media. Searching. Organizing searches. Why aren't they doing it? Very telling, folks. All right, Joshua Gross, Felicia Gross. Something very gross about this situation here with this little boy. I think authorities got to do something here because people are getting impatient. Maybe check the landfills, the transfer station. Find out a little bit about where the stepdad and the mom was before they reported him missing, even days back. When was the last known sighting of little Jaden here that someone can claim they saw him besides what the mom and the stepdad say? Something tells me they might have done something, but again, authorities are not saying that these people are suspects, that this is a criminal investigation at the time, but read between the lines, folks. I think a lot of you that have been covering this case, wondering about this little boy, have a bad feeling. If they didn't do something to this little boy, definitely based off their track record and the mom with wanton endangerment and child endangerment, they're responsible for this in some way, shape, or form. No evidence of a kidnapping. Who knows? Hopefully authorities will start giving updates.
So yeah, Mom, and I don't know. I mean, I did notice that in his pictures he was wearing some name brands like Arrow, Hollister, Carhartt. So I mean, he is well dressed.
Oh, I'd like to see if he pays child support or not.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, because it seems like he might have maybe an entitlement, a privileged issue, where maybe he had everything given to him, and so he's just more I don't know. There's also, and I know it's an older. I do want to preface that too. Again, it is an older from 2018 Facebook that we were reviewing.
He could be the type too that goes from woman to woman that, gagas over him and gives him everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, womanizer. I kind of got that vibe too. And then apparently he also has kids by different women too.
It's just gross. No pun intended, but it is.
I agree. Just like what I said, we got gross, and it seems very gross. And I think a lot of, just the general consensus has been hey, these two have history of, not treating children well, so far as being very reckless with their safety. And, I just think that it's absolutely something to consider, even though, maybe in a court of law it wouldn't be allowed into evidence, but I think from the public perspective, it's important to note, especially because Jaden is missing.
No, absolutely. So when was the last 2 days ago then was the last update by the trooper? Or the
I have one more video. The last update was today. I have one from 11 hours ago, and then another clip that was from 9 hours ago from when I saved it. And I saved it right before the show because I want to get the latest update from, you know what I mean? But yeah, the one clip was only 3 minutes and the other clip was 57 seconds. So I just put it into one. But you can kind of see where it breaks up. And I mean, honestly, well, I'll just play it really quick, and because it's short, but I mean, like, this is all we have up to this point. This is like from the news, the most up to date, and also from the trooper, Gayhart, Mr. I don't know, Trooper Gayhart, I guess we can call him.
Yes, Gayhart and Gross. This is an interesting case to discuss verbally.
I know. And then people are going to say, why are you calling that, Trooper Gayhart? I'm like, this is his last name, folks. And don't call the stepfather Gross. You don't know if he's guilty or innocent. That's his last name. It's kind of like, it reminds me of when Johnny Depp's trial was, and he got to call the other attorney Rottenborn, and that was his true last name.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. A little bit of instant karma, for Johnny, in my opinion.
Yes, definitely.
All right, Mom, and here we go with this is the last one, the last two up-to-date clips that I could find, so.
It's now been 5 days since agencies across eastern Kentucky started their search
Oh,
for
there's no
this
sound.
10-year-old boy, Jaden Spicer. He was last seen Tuesday night at his home on Panbull Branch Road in Breathitt County. That's near Jackson. Jaden's family says by the time they woke up Wednesday morning, he was gone. Since then, search crews have used all sorts of technology, including drones and sonar, to try and find him. As state police tell WKYT's Alyssa Williams, they're now expanding their search for Jaden. She has our top story tonight.
We work missing persons cases all the time. But when you're talking about a 10-year-old child, it hits different, and it's a lot rougher on everybody.
Search efforts are continuing for 10-year-old Jayden Spicer. Kentucky State Police Trooper Matt Gayhart says it's been all hands on deck for the last several days, and that multiple agencies, including the Breathitt County Sheriff's Office and Wolfe County Search and Rescue, are taking part in the search.
So we've utilized resources from KSP aircraft. We've used drones from multiple different sources. We've also used canines and people walking on foot through the hills, searching for any type of clues or evidence where somebody may have been. We've also used sonar to check waterways in close proximity to that residence as well. We've also used FLIR, which is a great technology to search for missing people.
Gayhart says, unfortunately, they have not found anything yet to indicate where Spicer could be. He adds, now that they've searched extensively near his home, they're expanding their search.
Well, we're never going to quit searching. The search may look a little different than what it does in the first 72 hours of the search, but however, we're never going to stop looking.
He says as each day passes, time works against law enforcement even more.
You think about a 10-year-old child who is, if he wandered away from the residence and is by himself walking through the forest, he's got no resources with him, so you're racing against the clock as far as getting him home safely.
But Gayhart doesn't want anyone to lose hope.
Keep hope alive, keep prayers coming. We need all of those that we can get right now.
Alyssa Williams, WKYT.
For context, the National Center for Missing and Endangered Children says just under 30,000 children were reported missing in the United States last year. That makes up less than 7% of the FBI's estimated number of children that go missing in a year. Over 91% of those cases were resolved, with the rest remaining active searches. The NCMES says 442 of the national cases were children between 9 and 11 years old, and that 218 children were reported missing in Kentucky. About 85% of those cases were resolved. Anyone with information about Jaden Spicer's case should call KSP.
Responders continue to search for a missing child out of Breathitt County. 10-year-old Jaden Spicer was reported missing last Wednesday and was last seen at his home in the Panbull Branch Road area in Jackson on Tuesday. He was wearing blue Sonic the Hedgehog pajamas. Kentucky State Police continued search efforts yesterday using everything available, including aircrafts, drones, canines, sonar, and crews on foot. KSP now plans to explore other areas and is urging the public to remain alert and report any information on Jaden's whereabouts to Post 13 in Hazard.
So I just feel so bad for the community members. That was so nice of them all to get together for the vigil.
Oh, absolutely.
So those statistics at the end were kind of staggering, talking about, 218 kids went missing were reported missing in 2024 in Kentucky. Now the resolution rate was 84.8%, which is, says a lot. It says that they're finding people.
That's still like what, 40 something that are still missing?
Yeah. From last year, I'm guessing. I mean, I don't know how they calculated that resolution rate.
Oh my gosh.
If it was just from the 218 or not, that's a good point.
No, that's terrible.
And then we look at the federal level, at the FBI level, how many people are, reported children, excuse me, not people, just and children are people too, but I mean children, just to be specific of who we're talking about, reported missing, you know, in the, for the entire United States. It was like, what, 480,000 or something like that?
Oh, it's an outrageous number. That's why I don't understand how come so many people think that the traffic across the street, the stuff, YouTube words and
Yeah.
things like that, they're like, oh, stop it. That's, you know, paranoia. That's not possible. And it's like, actually, I mean, yeah, it happens. It
Numbers
happens
don't
a
lie,
lot.
right? Numbers don't
Yeah.
lie.
And how many they said that don't go reported, especially because we have a lot of migrants and all different situations.
That's an excellent point. I mean, and that's why I tried to make sure that I, went back and said actually reported, because if we don't know about them, they're not reported, then they're not going to be within this, these statistics, right? I mean, because,
Hmm.
yeah, that's such a good point. I mean, and the trooper Matt Gayhart, he says that Breathitt County Sheriff's Office have come in to help. They use drones, sonar, canines, right? They search the area around his home extensively. And, I think that the people in his home need to be questioned, especially the kiddos. And I hate to put that on the kids, but I mean, it's again, like with what Lisa was saying, it's a small, trailer home. So they couldn't have been, I mean, say even if there were two bedrooms, then I would imagine the parents would be in one and the kids would be in the other.
Well, I'm hoping that maybe some of this silence is because that's happening.
True.
I'm hoping, right? And oh, it's awful. This is really awful.
Yeah, because those were the last updates that I could pull in at the last minute here. And I mean, really nothing promising about finding them except for, the fact that we have, Trooper Gayhart probably knows the area very well. And he said that they've searched for missing people before. So, I mean, at least they've got that going for them. They know the terrain, but still, I mean, I still don't see him leaving on his own.
No, I highly doubt that he left on his own, or I think they would be a lot more transparent and forthcoming with wanting to know where he is.
Well, exactly. And I think this is a great point. Lisa says, in my opinion, KSP doesn't want to find Jaden Spicer without leads as to how he got there, suspect en route, cell phone pings, geofencing, etc.
Yeah.
And those are all important things that we can use, technology wise, to kind of figure out what was going on in the area. Was there anybody but mysterious in the area? I'd like to know if their house was locked up tight, because, sometimes in rural communities, people don't lock their cars, they don't lock their doors, things like that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've even had problems having to remind each other, like, lock the door, lock the car doors,
Hmm.
And, what I was also thinking is that from what I've heard, this isn't the same known C word, right? Option, C
Yeah.
option in that area as what we've seen where I am, or, over in Hendersonville. I'm in Tennessee, not far from there now. And that's what I try to be hopeful for a quicker resolve with this, is that they might be doing all the things that we are worried that they're not. And they might be telling us the truth when it comes to the area he went missing, because maybe there is ring cameras that they have seen him on, so they know he was there. And I know,
True.
Faye, that it might not be that way, but I'm just trying to give the benefit of the doubt.
Well, yeah, because we just don't know, and I think one thing that I can point out about everything. Every time I've seen Trooper Gayhart come out and speak, he doesn't sugarcoat it with the parents, and he's not
Mm-mm.
like, oh, I feel so bad for them. Not like what we saw in Hendersonville. No,
No.
I agree with you.
And I
And
think
Andrea says, I think that the parents are involved in my opinions.
it
I do
seems
too.
so. And I think that, excuse me, I think that what happens is without the body, it's hard to have a case, right? We know what went on with Casey Anthony and all these different terrible tragedies that we've had. And if they have information, they might have to really keep it close to the vest to pursue with charges. And the
Sure.
reason that also think that the reason I feel there might be more of that positivity in having a resolution is because when he said that they don't have any documented ailments, right? Nothing mental or documented to that effect to issue that Amber Alert, right? He said it
Mm-hmm.
was like mental or doesn't matter what it would be. But I'm thinking those are little bits of leakage. And what they do have, they cannot tell us what they have because they're going to have to charge and they're going to have to, that's just my opinion. And I'm sticking to it until a couple more days. I'm going to try, guys, because I need it. I think we all need a little bit of hope in some of these cases with law enforcement because, I mean, look at Lily and Jack. Like was it Town Chat? Somebody had said, oh, it was Cinderella, I think. Like, what does this remind you of? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I could be wrong. It was earlier. And, with Malaya,
Oh
right? Like,
yeah. Oh, definitely.
she came out, she had very quick, ba, 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 and that was it. Done, over with. This lady comes out, gives a note, done, over with.
I know, it's so odd. And I mean, one thing that Holly S had brought up in Justin's chat that I noticed in there too, earlier was that, you know, this child with his allegedly being born, addicted, that really could cause him to have developmental delays in and of itself. But just because those weren't documented, you know, no Amber Alert. But I mean, you would have to wonder, because even I've seen children who have had fetal alcohol syndrome, and my goodness, I mean, cognitively, it really takes a toll on them. I mean, they have essentially have been brain damaged.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't mean to be that, insensitive to say that. I'm just, that's the best way I can put it.
I have a really quick inspirational story about that. My Aunt Kathy she adopted siblings and they both had fetal alcohol syndrome. And because she couldn't have children, she had one child, and then she was blessed to have them. And then in her 50s, guys, this is a whole different type of show. She found out she was 5 months pregnant with my other cousin who has Downs. But long story short is that my one cousin, he overcame all odds, and now he's pretty high ranking in the Navy. He has 3
Oh,
master's degrees. And he has the physical manifestation, unfortunately, as well as the characteristics that associated with fetal alcohol syndrome, but it didn't affect his physical and cognitive functioning as it usually does. Can you believe it?
oh my gosh. Wow. That is really inspirational, Mom. And then that's the thing, like, going back to us all being individuals, he had to really fight to, do all of that, accomplish what he did.
Mhm. And what he advocates a lot about is that he was able to make it through the academies and the trainings for the military. But when it came to college, it did take longer for certain things for him.
Mm-hmm.
And he also is one of the people that he feels, he's going to use donor, semen to have children just in case, because we don't know, you know.
Oh, yeah.
But it
Mm-hmm.
happens a lot. And You know, my brother, you know, he was a CRA baby, you know, back in the early 80s. He weighed 2 pounds. He's adopted, you know, my only brother. And look how far he's gone in the military. So certain things you can overcome, but it takes all odds in a way. And that's why when I see these stories, it breaks me to bits that these children, I feel like, gosh, they're just, you know, they're robbed of the chances that they could have.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that he was really in a nurturing environment when it came to being with his grandma. It sounds like anyway. I was a little bit skeptical earlier. I'm thinking, what are we going to find out about grandma? Hopefully nothing bad. But I mean, because it makes me wonder. And then I'm thinking, should I be praising grandma, or are we going to find out that she was also someone that we couldn't, that he shouldn't have been around? I mean, because I just worry about him and his safety, and I'm concerned about because of the history here.
Yeah, and honestly, how many times have we been stumbling on these cases now that are entire families? I mean, what is the odds of that? Entire families and extended families that you would never dream.
Well, and especially when there's step family involved, like Lisa was saying, even too, because we can tell the difference between biological grandmother in Lily and Jack's case versus the one who is the step grandma. She seemed like she was annoyed with the children's presence, not someone who was um, in my opinion, loving and concerned of where they were, which is scary, like you said, for a
What
whole
is what
family.
well, it seems to be the overwhelming common denominator besides with Sebastian because he has Seth and he has his grandma and his aunts and his godparents. And that's the only, I mean, think of all the cases with the overwhelming, what is it? Constantly putting down the child, putting down the child.
Yeah, blame him, blame the child for what was going on in the house instead of saying, we were working on issues as a family. Like we rarely hear that now. That we were aware of issues, but we were working on them as a family. We had Sebastian in counseling. Like we didn't hear that come from Katie and
No.
Katie and Chris. We heard Seth tell us that. He's the one that said that Sebastian was in counseling.
Yeah,
Chris
and
and
Seth
Katie
was
never
fighting to
said that.
get him the right counseling for his, you know, his special, unique abilities, how he learned a little different. Just like with my kids, it's not all created equal, you know?
True. Yeah, you're so right, Mom. And yeah. And it's
And
important to understand it.
it is. And if you're not going to do it, then don't have the kids. Find a loving home for them. I mean, there's plenty of people if you actually look for somebody to adopt as opposed to having a child go into the system. Unfortunately, there's a disproportionate amount of really severe behavioral problems, which is why, you know, it's harder to place in foster homes. But even, you know, children adoptions are more actually high, like statistic wise, to be successful if you do it without them going through the system. Sorry, I've been studying a lot. As you know, we want to foster so bad. And I know
Yeah.
people think I'm nuts for it, but I think it would be more helpful because my kids are so spaced out. And this would be helpful because we're used to the diapering constantly and the, you know.
Yeah, well, hey, anybody who's willing to put their heart out there and to show love to a child, I mean, we just see so many situations where, unfortunately, and I'm not trying to be ugly, but, these children are not wanted.
No,
They're
they're
just
not.
not,
Mm-mm.
otherwise it would be, you know, we would see a different attitude, right? I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to bash parents or whatever. None of us are perfect, but gee whiz.
No, and you know, my situation growing up was very unique because my mother, she's, you know, was a very loving and she's a professional. She worked as a teacher for years in the inner cities of New York City. And she did the most unselfish thing by allowing my dad's parents to raise me. You know, we've talked about this privately. And
Yeah.
I wish it didn't happen, right? Because I lost a lot of that bond. But when I look through the eyes of being a mother now, that was the most unselfish thing she could ever do because she wanted to give me a different environment than she knew that I would have if I was with her as a single mom, right? When she left my dad. So seeing all of this stuff, I don't get it. I don't understand how
Oh,
we
I
can
don't
be so
either.
different, you know? And taking a village. Where's this village? Because this village might be making a how-to book, like Andrea and Lisa were talking in chat. Do you see what their
Yes.
comments are?
Yes, I did. I did because I mean, I've thought about that with Chris and Katie Proudfoot when it came to Summer's case. Do they watch these things and say, "Oh, well, we can just get rid of the kids and just say we didn't know what happened to him. We all were asleep when he left." And I mean, Summer, of course, was broad daylight, but I mean, I can't help but get the vibes off the trailer and the property as well. I mean.
Yeah. And as the village to all of these kids, we need to put a kibosh on that because it really is starting to get disturbing, in my opinion. Some of the similarities are a little too blatant for my liking.
I feel the same way, Mom, and I can't help but point them out. I'm going, well, I mean, and on the bright side of things, I don't have to remember all these different details and times for these different cases. But I mean, in the same way, I'm like, how weird is it that they all, go missing after 9 p.m.? I mean, should we be concerned about the witching hour being after 9 p.m. for children? I mean, come on,
Right?
that would be ridiculous, wouldn't it?
No, but
Don't
we
let your
check
kids
on our
go to bed
kids.
after 9, or don't let your kids go to bed at 9 because they'll
No,
end up missing in the morning.
exactly. It's ridiculous. I mean, I already have a lot of these safety things because of my daughter's elopement, the window alarms, and then I have my self-defense, and that's a whole different thing when you have special needs children. You have to have like very carefully on your persons or locked up with fingerprints. But
Yeah.
honestly, like if I didn't have all that, I probably would have went out and did it times 1,000 just watching the cases. Like it would have been the same
Exactly.
because it's
Exactly.
freaky.
Well, it's just so weird. I mean, we have all of these kids. It is. It's absolutely weird. And especially when they live in a rural area, because I mean, we all know our environments, especially a 10-year-old, and just knowing that, we have these children, you know, that live in this area, they know that the hollers are dangerous. They know that there's snakes out there. They know that there's bugs out there. They know, um, they're not easy to traverse. I mean, so again, I just think that without even knowing Jaden or his personality, only knowing that he doesn't like bugs and he doesn't like the dark, that I just don't think he would have ventured out on his own unless he absolutely had to get the hell out of Dodge, which I still can't say heads or tails with that because, again, the parents aren't telling us whether the doors were locked, whether the windows were locked, whether, the other kids, I mean, I would think would be the ones who hold the key to knowing that.
Well, I'm hoping that they've sat down with detectives observing, s- appropriately professionally trained, psychologists that handle this type of thing and that they're talking to them immediately because it's almost like with each case, these parents are, I think they are learning a bit in a way, or they give themselves time to go online and look into some things because they're too quiet. There's too much silence surrounding this. I mean, there's really nothing. That's
Yeah.
not natural, even with the ones we've seen, like, what was her name? That heartbreaking, awful stepmom with the suitcase and Letitia Stout.
Oh, Gannon, yes. Gannon stepmom.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
I mean,
You're
we've
so
had,
right. And then he
yeah.
had Sonic too. He liked Sonic too, Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Daniel said 7 to 9. You know what's interesting, Andrea? The other day I was listening a little bit to one of the interviews with Daniel, the when he sat down right after the lie detector and he had the gold necklace,
Yeah.
and how he Is that the one? I think of that one where he said he got up and he ran to the cabin. I got to send
Yeah.
that to you again, lady, because I was like, wow, that's weird. Do you
Well,
know what one I'm talking about? Where he's like, I
I
ran to the
do.
cabin. And that was a different time than she said. Like it was 7, then it was 9. It was just odd to me. I always wondered about, well, what's up with that cabin? Why would he say I ran to the cabin?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, and then also like when they interviewed his mother and they came up to the door and opened the door and closed it, like you could literally hear the suction from the sliding glass door and it rolling on the track. And I mean, come on, like you can't hear that. And she's like, their bedroom's all the way down there. It's like, no, it's not. It's literally like one room over. They had to have heard. They had to have heard it. You
Yeah, we
know?
were, when we go to the trailer, because we have that little piece of property, you could hear everything. Everything. You could hear everything, even lots away. The other people that have their little camp, like the little tiny house campers, and a couple people have the RV trailers as well.
Mm-hmm.
They're like fifth wheel trailers. So they're like they're a trailer, but essentially, yeah, it's like it's almost like the same, maybe a little smaller. You hear everything. You could hear them inside their trailer. They're like tin can paper walls.
Everything. I have to literally
Yes.
put earplugs in sometimes so I can, because if I sleep during the day, like, and they decided, mow the lawn or something, or people are out there, or the kids are riding bikes or
Hmm.
whatever, like in the summertime, I'd hear the kids out there. I put my earplugs in, so that way, I mean, because I know people are doing stuff during the day, and you're right, the walls are paper thin. You can hear everything.
And the newer ones are a little better, I think, right? They're built. I know my mom's camper is a little better.
Well, this one has the Arctic package or whatever, I think, on it, and so it is like more insulated for the elements, but I don't know if that does anything for the sound, like transfer, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, there's
Yeah,
just no
Daniel
way.
is not credible either. I agree with
Mm-mm.
Andrea. Not
And
credible.
what is with these people having all these kids and not having any security, okay? You can go to Dollar Tree and get the window alarms for $1 or $1.25 plus tax
Yes.
now. There's no reason not to have these things.
I agree, especially if the kids are rambunctious and they like to, get out of the house and, I mean,
And the way
oh,
all
and
the
old Martin.
locals talk with about the Appalachia and how you have to be so careful and, you know, you would think if you lived where they live, they'd have a little more security, even if it's just dollar store.
Oh, definitely. I mean, and the thing is I'm surprised they don't have cameras just on the property. Being rural, anybody can kind of come up. You know.
Oh, I didn't realize that, Lisa. Yes, I'm sorry, lady.
No, it's okay. I popped it up on the screen. No, you're fine. You're totally fine. But yeah, I didn't know Earl Martell had a cabin.
Wow, I wonder if that was some slippage. It's not right there, is it?
I mean,
No, it
I
couldn't
don't
be that close, right?
I don't know how close it is, and that's why I was just wondering that, because they had all those little like areas out there, and I was like, is he thinking that tree fort is a cabin? But I'm like, couldn't be,
No. No, because the way he said it to me was like he really ran to the cabin. What cabin? Where'd you go? You know?
Right. And how would the kids get all the way up to a cabin somewhere? I mean,
Yeah.
especially if it's located through the woods or something. I'm like, because they're so little. They're teeny tiny little, kiddos. They're not, I mean, obviously if they were teenagers or a little bit older, I might think, okay, maybe they got together and decided to go out into the woods or something. Like say they were like 10 and 12, I would think, okay, they have a little bit more guts. They're kind of, you know they're a little bit more ballsy than they would have been, when they're little tiny. I mean, the world can seem like such a big place when you're little like that, you
Oh,
know
yeah. As a little kid, I can't imagine them going near the woods at night. Being little and going outside in the dark is scary, even as an adult sometimes.
Oh god, yeah, yeah. I mean, really, I don't like to go out at night too often. I mean, I wouldn't, leave the resort or nothing. So like, I mean, I don't know. It's just yeah, and especially when they don't have, I don't know. Usually kids, I think they had enough areas out in the backyard, in my opinion, in Jack and Lily's case, that they wouldn't have left the yard. And that's just my opinion.
Oh, I agree.
You know.
Hi, Joe.
Oh, Joe's back. Bonjour.
You're getting a
Yeah,
lot of
so
storms. Cinderella said it's storming.
yeah, we had it. Well, it rained earlier here today. That's why, it was a rain day. Because, you know, because I was going to go on early. Like I'm going to do a, like a, just kind of a morning chat thing tomorrow morning. Well, it'll be morning for some, afternoon for me. Or scratch that other way around.
Yeah. I know, I'm excited. My little girl's finally starting school, and I'm like, oh my gosh. And the baby I'm going to have in a little nursery program, just a couple hours, twice a week, just for some socialization, because he is 2.5. And
Yeah.
it'll be nice to be able to do things during the day. Well, I was always doing things during the day, but I mean, like that. Popping over, listening to you. I might do
Yeah.
lives, I don't know.
Yeah,
But
I was gonna say you'll have to schedule a live too, and I'll pop over. Like it's just fun. I just kind of wanted to push out some more content and do some day shows, and we'll catch more people during the day too. Other than our night crowd, which I mean I love our night crowd, but it's kind of nice to have people, like, especially Mama Marissa says, oh, I can't make it all the time because you're so late. Which I was like, okay, now I got to start doing some day stuff.
yeah,
Um,
multiple shows help. It does help the algorithm, and then I think it'll be great.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. I was bummed out today. I was like, well, I'll just end up coming on tonight. No big deal. But then I was like, okay, let's do an update on Jaden Spicer. And I was so glad to have you up, and Kiki and Lisa B always. I mean, it's so important to have so many different perspectives on things. And everybody catches information from different sources. Like Lisa was saying, that the Globe interview, let me go back up. Pictures of the cabin were in the Globe and Mail article. So
Oh, yes. I don't know how I didn't connect those dots. Boy, that's really interesting, Lisa. I'm going to go read that again.
yeah, I'm checking it out too after the show for sure, because you know, um, well, and it's just like, you know, we were talking about the last time. A lot of times it seems like they don't want, sleuthers getting involved, but us citizen sleuths are really like digging into things. And sometimes people just feel more comfortable, talking with each other, like say in a Facebook forum or something like that. Um, you kind of have to really search around everywhere.
Oh, absolutely. Hopefully these departments, catch up soon to the way that things are online, because too many of them are way behind. Way
I
behind.
agree.
I'm just catching up on what they were saying in chat, because I know you're going to be wrapping up soon. These parents are infuriating. It's unbelievable. It really is.
Yeah, it is. It is. And, and child abuse is so wrong. And, I agree. It's like they're not taking it as seriously. Some are taking it as seriously as others, it seems like.
Yeah. I hear way too much of the excuses, and that's what gets me. It's like, I'm sorry, but I can't get behind that. And I know how hard it is. I've been there. We sold our house, like, and
Yeah.
moved far. And, I mean, we do get to see my mom here and there, but that's pretty much like starting completely over just to try to make sure that we had the services and and I could have a little respite. And I just don't get it. It's like you hear everybody's always making excuses for these people's behaviors and putting everything on the child, when at the end of the day, no, it's up to us. We had them. God made them the way they are, and it's up to us so that we can give them whatever they need to be who they're meant to be. I mean,
Oh, amen, mom. And well, that's why I love that, like hearing your perspective, because I mean, I know you on a personal level, and it's like whenever I hear you, talking about your kids, you're never like the person to be like complaining. You're more or less like, how can I help my child? And that we need people to be more mindful of that. Like these kids aren't just being ornery and, disrespectful, just, or like if they have a meltdown, it's not because they need more discipline or something. It's because they literally can't help it, and they need therapies to help combat some of their
Yeah.
feelings, things like that. It's important to know that.
Figuring out what's causing it, it could be pain, it could be all kinds of stuff, and just in general, right? Behaviors. And I just don't get it. I mean, I've just been meeting a lot of moms and stuff, and I don't fit in with a lot of them, even because I'll ask them, well, what are you trying to do? And they're like, well, we can't go anywhere. And I'm like, I get that, having a staycation. We've been that way a lot because of Dilly with his condition. But at the same time, there's still things that you can do so they can socialize. There's fishing, there's what are those called? Those cars that you build and you race. Then as they get older, there's car racing, dirt bikes, there's quads. There's so many things even for kids that can't use their legs a lot or at all.
Yeah. And that's
Autism, there's a
important.
lot too.
I agree. And I agree with Joe Neal here. He says what would help is people calling 911, not CPS. And I mean, how many failures by CPS? I mean,
Yes.
it's horrible when we have to think like that, because we
Yes.
think, I mean, I always used to think social workers helped, and they were, all about the kids, but then you realize like they have way too many
No.
cases. They're underpaid, they're underappreciated, they're some of them don't give a crap. They're there for a paycheck. Some of them gave a crap, but then they were so beat down by the system that they, if you can't beat them, join them, or whatever.
A lot of times too, I found that, when I was doing my human services degree and I interned, with CPS, was some of them you can easily see that they have been bought off. I mean, some people are paid very little, and that's where it gets really scary. And then you have these other situations where, to be honest with you, it's used more of a weapon between jaded exes and neighbors and this and that, and they'll go after the easier targets instead of trying to take the children from homes that are really bad sometimes, because they know that they're going to be harder to place. And they
Well,
literally would explain to me, like, well, I know this, and this wasn't like this at da 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 da. But, and I'm like, but what? But we have family that we could place these children with. I'm like, okay, so we're going to take the children from a mom that's having depression and just hasn't been able to do her dishes, instead of sending somebody over to help her through that.
Yeah, resources are so
Yeah.
important.
But leave the child that has gone missing and all these different things because you don't think they'd have a placement. Okay. That's why I could never get into, I just couldn't do it for a
Well, and like
career.
in Sebastian's case, it sounded like they were busy trying to, allow for him to stay with Katie, but then they didn't even look to see where his biological father was. And then on top of it, Katie is in trouble, or should be in trouble. In my opinion, she's in trouble with me for it, by lying, lies by omission. Because why didn't you tell CPS that Sebastian has a loving father who does care about him? I mean, that's the first thing that she tried to make us all believe.
And they definitely asked, because I had an incident, where they came from some jerk, from nonsensical nonsense. And they ask about all that stuff. So either you lied or whoever's the worker was compromised. And I'm sure that he'll sue eventually. But I know his
Oh, I
focus is
hope
on
so.
finding Sebastian and not on all the other stuff, because he wants to find his son.
Well, yeah, and it just makes it so difficult when, you can't get the backup by the, sheriff's department, in my opinion, you know, um, and that's true. Joe says that cops will take photos, etc., and 99% of cops will be angered by the child abuse and take the personal interest in detectives becoming involved. I mean, I agree with that, I mean, and it's documented, through there. And then they are also mandated reporters. So if there is, if there are things going on in the home, then, it's going to be the police that called CPS, I mean, and yeah, I can see how that would be more effective in my opinion too.
Exactly. And if they see something that's criminal, they do criminal charges. So you would get a double whammy. But you have that added layer of real protection for those children if you know something criminal is happening, because the police will be handling that. And then the worker that's called in by them, right, isn't going to be able to kind of, get overwhelmed with the caseload or just say, oh, whatever, it's a nice area, or I can't place them easily, or whatever it is. I mean, look what we just had happen. We had a woman that took a child from a family that, when you really follow their story, doesn't make any sense. And he lost his little life. She ran errands with him in the back of her car in Alabama couple weeks ago.
Oh, wow. I did not even
Yeah.
hear that.
And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of good workers, right? I always say evil doesn't discriminate.
Oh, yeah. I feel
There's
bad for the
good.
good social workers. I do. I feel bad for them.
Absolutely agree.
It's got to be awful, like working so hard and having so much cases, and then you look over and the other person's like, dropping the ball, and you're like, well, I'm doing everything I can do, though,
Yeah. Oh, hi, Detroit City. How are ya?
Yeah, Detroit's in the house. Detroit's in the house.
Oh, did you see his comment?
Let's see. Exactly. They need to hold these people accountable and hold them until they get to the bottom of it and quit playing games with them. Your child is missing and somebody knows something. Shaking my damn head. I mean, I think that's so well said, Maman? I mean, it's like, keep these people until they say something of substance, I mean, yeah, they can say that the kid walked off, but you need to take them down and to the station and question them. And especially if there's other witnesses like the children. I mean, kids usually won't lie unless they're fed some information or they're scared, to talk.
Or embarrassed. Yep.
Or embarrassed. That's a good point too. Embarrassed. Yeah. Well, they don't want to get their parents in trouble.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But I mean, these kids might not even have known. These kids might hold allegiance to the parents over the stepbrother that they don't, or half brother, excuse me, that they don't know, or that they just met. I don't know if they, are familiar with Jaden, or if they just, I don't know. Good night,
Oh, I
Kiki.
agree. Good night, Kiki. Sorry, I was just trying to catch up on the chat.
Me too. Me too. I just
That's true, Joe. I mean, it's worth a shot, right? I definitely think it is.
Well, something we're doing isn't right, I mean, something isn't right.
Oh, it was Andrea said earlier, like without the bodies, then a lot of, doubts that people get convicted. And I agree with that. But I also think that sometimes, like we had the Very Morphew situation that took 8 years. I know it's not exactly the same. I'm just saying because it's something recent. But sometimes I think that's why certain detectives and agencies might be a lot more quiet, because they know if they're not quiet, then there's nothing they're going to be able to charge with, because they may be able to do, or they might be working on other charges,
Well,
because you
that's
can't do
true.
double jeopardy.
Yeah, they have to have the time to build a case. That is such a good
Hmm.
point. Even especially if they can't find the person, they absolutely have to have a more solid case. Evidence. All of that. And I think it's too early, even because, like you said, it could take years.
Yeah.
That's the sad part. You know, it's just so sad.
It can, and that's why, like, I feel bad when I'm really judgmental about things, but then I can only go off of my experiences, and my experiences, unfortunately, make me think that there's something wrong in a lot of these areas. You know, there's a lot of good. I've met amazing people within, the law enforcement and criminal justice, and then I've also come across a lot of people that are just, really shady and not good.
I agree. Well, and then it makes me wonder if this Joshua Gross comes from, a wealthier or, well-known family in the area, that can be why the heat isn't as, high as it should be.
Yeah, I mean, I hope not.
And here lately, it's like these parents, I mean, I hate to say it, but it just seems like left and right, they're just allowed to get away with saying the kids just vanished, and that just doesn't happen. That's the only thing that I can say is completely impossible, that that a child could just vanish.
Well, we've heard that. We've heard ninja. We've heard poof. We've heard a lot of things.
We sure have. We sure have. Well, Mom, and I have loved having you up here tonight, and thank you so much for, um, coming up. I just, I really wanted to cover this case with you because I know we started it out and we just kind of, got to keep on taking everything in.
Yes, definitely. I look forward to the next update. I'll be in that area actually in a couple days. Not in the surge because you're not allowed in there. But I will be over
Yeah.
there and I'll see if there's anything interesting.
Cool, Mom, and yeah, definitely keep us up to date too, and I'll share anything with you too. And we'll have another panel again because I mean, um, at this point, I really think this kid needs justice, especially with everything we've heard. And I hate to just jump the gun on that too, but I mean, I don't see any other way when we have this information.
Exactly. Well, it's been a pleasure. I enjoyed being here
Yes.
and I'm going to go to bed and I hope everybody else has a great day or night, depending on where you all are.
Thank you, Mom, and yeah, get some rest. Me too. I'm gonna try to be better with my sleep this week, especially because I know I'm gonna be doing some afternoon shows and stuff. So
Fantastic. Well, take care, lady. And everybody, if you
thank
see
you.
something, say it, call it in, please.
You too, Mom, and thank you so much. I so appreciate your perspective. It's really invaluable to hear everybody, especially that still has kids in school, and and you have multiple ages of kids, and it's just, I really appreciate you. And
I
then,
appreciate you too. Thank you.
yes, thank you, Mom, and I'll talk to you soon. And then Andrea says, we can't let these cases go cold. Keep the pressure. I agree, Andrea. Thank you so much for your comment. Guys, I so appreciate you all being here. I really do. I do. And all of your perspectives. Good night, Town Chat Cafe. Good night, everyone. And again, thank you to the panel guests for coming up. Throw his ass in jail. Why are they waiting? I know, Detroit. I'm wondering. He looks like a player, and then he also just doesn't seem like a very nice guy, in my opinion. But I guess that remains to be seen. But I will see you guys tomorrow afternoon. I will be up. I'm not sure about a time, but I'll schedule a live, and you guys will see it. Pop into the live section and hopefully get your notifications for it. But make sure they're posted on. I love you all so very, very much. And let's say prayers for all these kids that they're found and that justice is served. You all have a wonderful night.